makes me smile. I found it hard, was hard to find. Well, whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello,
Happy Tuesday, April 25th, Bandidos. It is Vendor Reset Day, a brand new week for the Division 2, and with it comes the Hollywood Global event that is all about explosives, mainly. And we got the Resident Evil apparel event. We're going to get into all sorts of trouble today. Let's go.
Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. And if you don't know, now you know. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Used to raw G's, Lucy Beach, it's the freak. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. Funk master flex love. And if you don't know, now you know. Star ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a clip, same number, same hood. It's all good.
Watch this.
And if you don't know, now you know.
And we are live with the brand new Division 2 week. Every Tuesday is the Vendors Reset, and hopefully dropping some really cool stuff. I'm not sure if this week is going to, because I haven't seen it. So we will do that, a little bit of that a little later on. But most importantly, let's jump into what's popping in the Division 2. So it's all about the booms this week, and that's because the Hollywood Global event has started. If you don't know how to find it, head on over to your seasons, and on your seasons track, you can see the Hollywood Global event is now active. This event will last 1 week, and by playing this event, you can earn what we call red stars, as well as make progress through this mini rewards track, which ultimately will get you an exotic. What's really neat about these events and why we play them is for those red stars. So those red stars act as a form of currency, okay? And so you want to earn as many of those as you can, because during the event, this season vendor is open and you have 7 days to spend all those red stars or you will lose them. And so I usually recommend named item caches, legacy season caches, or exotic caches. I think that's basically what's worth buying in this vendor. So anyways, that's how you basically get the best gear in the game. That's how I get mine, at least. And exotic caches, I feel like, are kind of spendy, but if you're at that level in the game and you have nothing else to buy, then there you go. But if you're looking for something very specific, like say the Memento backpack, this is a very expensive and difficult way to go about it. You're really gambling, and it's a very expensive gamble. Of course, RNG decides what you get there. So I like named item caches. That gives me the best results. But if you're looking for something very specific, like Systems Corruption, which is a Dark Zone exclusive gear set, then Legacy Season Caches is probably the best way to get it. That reminds me, do you think the Paladin gear set is going to be locked behind the Dark Zone? Of course, it'll be on the rewards track, but it makes me wonder. So, okay, so going back to this Hollywood event real quick. So basically you do have to activate it, okay? And then you have all these challenges you kind of want to get through. I just kind of let them be, but there's 4 days of challenges, and then usually just activate them just by playing along. And then whatever ones you want to focus on, just do it. And by turning it on, you get the first item unlocked, which is going to be a named item cache. So you don't have to claim these. You can claim them. If you don't have to claim them, they're going to get pushed automatically to your mailbox when the event is over. Okay, so let's, oops, sorry, I forgot to take a look at the event. Let's actually take a look at the event and what does it do real quick. Let's see, view rewards details. Okay, so rogues have, let's see. It says rogues have outfitted all hostile factions with energy shields, which deflect a majority of typical damage. Typical being a keyword. However, these shields have proven quite dangerous if introduced to proper stimuli. So damaging shielded hostiles with explosives, EMP damage, or any kind of specialization weapon will cause their shields to burn out and explode. Any enemies eliminated in this way will drop special ordnance. So special ordnance is basically special ammo. Boom Boom Moon, appreciate the sub with your prime, man. Thank you for the 2-month streak. Right on. So anyways, so we're basically EMPs, explosives, and special ammo. So that's what we're gonna be playing in today. And one of the easy ways to do it is by running the demolition specialization, because it's explosives and you'll be getting lots of explosive ammo. So at the very least, you can run whatever build you want and just run the grenade launcher and break the shields that way, and then put a pulse on your other as one of your skills, okay? But today we're gonna be running this very special, let me say it this way. Today we're gonna be running this very special ninja bike boom boom build. That's what it is, right? So this is really cool. This is a variation of the unlimited Seeker sticky bomb build I created in season 10. That was more focused around Brazos with the Memento backpack, and we're gonna try that one a little bit later. So this is a variation of that, and basically the idea is to minimize your cooldowns on these two skills and kind of run around with the 1-2 punch, and then utilizing your status effects to eliminate your cooldowns. So one of the ways we do that is by running this very special talent called Tag Team. So the last enemy you have damaged with the skill is marked. Dealing weapon damage to that enemy causes the mark to reduce active cooldowns by 6 seconds. And so the cool thing is that skill damage status effects is included in the definition of skill damage. So as you can see, I'm running this explosive seeker mine. It's got a huge radius at tier 6, okay? Huge, and that's why I like it. They could never dodge out of it. And it causes them to bleed, and the bleed re-triggers, I would say. It'll trigger and re-trigger tag team until the bleed stops. And so that's multiple cooldowns off of a single hit. And that cooldown will apply to both of your skills. So ideally, I like to get my cooldowns between 12 and 14 seconds. So we're just about there. With the Memento, it's a little bit easier because you got the 30% skill efficiency, but we're rolling without the Memento right now. And so that makes this a little bit more of a play from cover build, but with the Memento version, we'll be playing out of cover more. And so the sticky bomb is at about 14.5 seconds. And this one's really cool because you got some serious range, technically with both of these skills. I'll show you how to laser focus snipe with your sticky bomb in a little bit. So let's start with the backpack real quick because it's this is sort of the centerpiece. So we got weapon damage, an armor core, and a skill tier. That's what the Ninja Pike brings. We got skill haste as the mod and resourceful. Slots in with any equipped gear set and or brand set item to fulfill a requirement towards unlocking a gear set bonus. Cool. All right. So we're doubling up. So we only had to put one of each of these things and we're getting the full benefit of all of this. So China Light is a must, okay? Because that's going to give you that explosive damage, which is a rare damage type. It's really, there's only a few ways to get it. And then by running the Ninja Bike, it's going to unlock skill haste. We got skill tier, skill damage, and status effects to help that bleed last longer, which is also a damage, right? Bleed damages. And then I got my one piece of Grupo, and it unlocks a second slot, giving this 15% more explosive damage. Very key to making a strong explosive build. I got armor on this one, skill damage and skill haste. You can also go weapon damage there, but we're not really using our weapons to kill too much, just to tag. Okay, now we got the one piece of Brazos, which is giving us skill haste. We need that, and a skill tier. So technically two pieces. We got a skill tier, skill damage, and more status effects. You can also go skill haste there. I got my Hana U on the chest, of course, skill haste and skill damage. Skill tier, status effects, skill haste, double. And then the tag team talent we discussed. And then last but not least, we got the Wyvern mask with skill damage and status effects, skill tier, skill damage, and haste. You could also run status effects there. We wanted to get those cooldowns nice and fast. Now here's something tricky. So notice the weapons I'm running. These are very important. You want to use the shotgun, the mop, specifically as your main weapon because it's got 12% damage to armor. Damage to armor applies to bleed. That gives you a stronger bleed. The other reason is because you have the attribute 10% armor on kill. And with these bleed / explosive or status effect type skills, they activate the armor on kill from your weapons even if you don't shoot them. So that's a little trick that I'm going to demonstrate for you here in just a moment. So just by holding the shotgun, not even shooting the shotgun, when you get a kill from either the bleed or the explosion, you're going to get that 10% armor on kill. And then I'm running in sync to make those skills even stronger. So the sticky bomb with in sync, it shows right here that it's hitting at 5.2 with in sync, pushes it up about another million. So it's about 6.2 with in sync. And then I use the Doctor's Home to hit at range. So I'm actually using the scope. That's where I'm doing it. And so you can tag the enemy, hit him at range, and then you'll also get the Doctor's Home 10% armor on kill without having to go get any trophies, right? You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to get any med kits anymore. That just automatically applies. So you don't have to get out of cover for that to work anymore. So let me show you how that works real quick, and then we'll quickly discuss the Resident Evil event, and then we'll get out there and blow some people up. So it's a little tricky in this in the range here, okay? Because for your sticky bomb to work, you basically you got to hit him in the face in the testing range. I don't know why. So I'm gonna take off skill haste. Okay, so skill haste is turned off, so I'm gonna show you how to work. So notice I damaged myself, right? So what I'm gonna do here is toss out this skill and watch my health. Crazy, right? And so when this enemy dies, and then the tag team cuts the cooldown, if you saw that, and then it's gonna there we go, our skill's back. But we also got the skill haste is turned off. Okay, that's right, that's right. And so with this one, what you want to do is you want to tag your enemy just to mark them for Doctor's Home, and then hit him with your sticky, right? And so normally I did that wrong, but normally it explodes right away, but my button's kind of sticking. I got a sticky button for my sticky skill. So anyways, that heals you too. So that's basically the routine, is to make sure you hit him with the shotgun, have the shotgun in your hand as the primary, and then you can take that mark to eliminate the cooldown. And what I also want you to notice is that the impact from the sticky bomb also consumes the tag team. So if you hit that same guy with your sticky bomb, it's going to consume the tag team mark, which is a good thing. So, well, it didn't do it there. Maybe not in here, but out there. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably the case. That's right. Because we gotta. Let me do that again, actually. Because you gotta hit him in the face with your sticky bomb. Notice it didn't do much. You gotta hit him in the face. It's stupid. I don't know why. Not in the real game, but out here you do. In here you do. Okay, so which one's got the tag team? See all the bleeding? Okay, so this guy here. So let's mark. Accidentally consumed the tag team, but that's how you use the sticky bomb in the range. So, but one of the main points, I'll show you the mechanics when we get out in the game. You'll see better. It's a little funky in here. But one of the things I wanted to mention is, show you is that's why you don't have to put a bunch of armor on kill or regen on your build. Those are nice to have, and I like playing that way too. But you can get a lot of it from your gun. So if you want to add more, then you can get rid of in sync and just add preservation. And so that way when you get a kill, which you will, you're going to get 20% armor on kill each time. And then you don't have to worry about shooting so much, but you're going to be shooting because you need to grab that tag team marker. So pretty cool, huh? Yeah, so very fun build. So we're going to get started with this one, blow some people up, and then we'll be toggling through multiple builds today because we got quite a few to run. And so make sure you're running Demolitionist so you get access to the hand cannon. This is also going to unlock the artillery turret for you, and it's going to give you more explosive damage by 10%. If you're running with a team, it's also going to give them 5% more damage to targets out of cover, which is cool. Make sure you have the right weapons selected in your skill tree. Okay. Let's take a look at this event real quick. So, Resident Evil apparel event, you don't have to do anything to activate it, but unfortunately, I have all my keys, so not much for me to show you here. But what is it, guys? Every 4 levels is gonna give you a key, so you need to level up your character 4 times to get your first key. You might start with as much as 4 keys just by logging in. Okay, so open those, and let's go ahead and put on an apparel event outfit so you can see what you can get. I'll show you some of the things you can get here. So I don't know, it's probably in their masks actually. For what I can remember, there's 2 main masks here. So there's this one here, the operative helmet, which is one I really like actually, and there's the Nemesis, which you've all seen, that ugly beast, I'm sure. It is ugly, that Nemesis, but it does a trick. Here's a Nemesis one. So some people like it, some people hate it. I think they did a good job with it. I mean, it's close enough. Doesn't look like the real Nemesis. It looks like you're wearing a Nemesis mask, and so I think they pulled it off. And then as far as outfits, you got a few. I'm not going to go through every item here, but this is the Umbrella Corporation. This is the one that technically goes with this helmet, I believe. And then you got the Leon Kennedy one, and I think you got the Valentine one as well. So where's my Leon? So there's the Leon one. And then the Valentine one is basically the red leather jacket, wherever that is. Here. Claire Redfield. Sorry, it's Redfield. I think there's a Valentine one too, actually, somewhere around here. Where do you think they put it? In the blues? Leon Kennedy jacket, another one. That looks like a girl's jacket, by the way. I don't believe it's Leon's. I don't. Anyways, I'm not going to show every item, so that's good. That's good. And then let's put on his pants, though. We will sport his pants. He's got these copper pants that are kind of cool. There we go. Leon Kennedy PD pants. And then there are basically boots. They all, you know, all the boots kind of look the same, so I'm just going to put on whatever, these ones. And then we'll rock with our squirt gun. Right on, Anthony. Good job, man. Farming golden gruppos. Very important pieces. You need he's talking about these ones. You need them, basically you need 2 for every slot, like especially these slots and the mask. That's the important place, the most important place to get your gruppos, okay? So I know this golden gruppo looks rare, but it's sort of not. You'd be surprised by how many you get. And you basically need 2 for every slot on your gear. Not everyone, but definitely the knees, definitely the gloves, and definitely the mask. You could do without the holster because you're probably going to run a Brazos here anyways. And then you got your China Light and then your Hannah, you know, but usually you're not running the Ninja bike. This is new as part of season 11, so that makes this new. But if you're not running the Ninja, you're gonna run 2 actual pieces of Gruppo instead of just 1 that gives you 2 slots. So I like skill damage and skill haste already on it, so you can change the core to whatever you need. And then the other one that's important is skill damage and status effects, that one. And then another core attribute. You could also go skill damage and skill haste also. Wait, is that what we just had? That's what we just had. Skill damage and skill haste. I mean, status effects and skill haste. Sorry, that's what I meant. Okay, let's go get out there and blow something up. Yeah, I didn't like the Hollywood. I used to not like the Hollywood event either. And then I learned to have more fun with it. I didn't always like it. It's you know, because I'm not super into explosive builds, but I found a couple of explosive builds that I really like, and they kind of do it for me. And then I also really realized that they give you so much specialization ammo that you could actually make use of that and have even more fun. So we're gonna do that today. And so we're gonna tinker around. So I'm gonna do this build. I'm gonna do the run and gun Memento version, which is also really fun. It's actually one of my favorite ways to play. And it's an explosive build. And then the other one we're gonna toy around with is a tip of spear. Speaking of tip of spear, it's tip of spear in this area. So we're looking for some skill damage pieces anyways. Walker Harris, snipers. Not a horrible map. We got Bellstone. All right. We're looking for some Bellstone. Always can use Bellstone. So that's good. All right. Yeah, so it's about coming up with the right build. So and that's what it's about with these events. And like we did that with Polarity Switch. Like I'm not a fan of Polarity Switch. But what I realized is with the right build, you can bypass the event.
Detected, protected hostage.
Right? Basically override it because you have so much power or something. The Pestilence is pretty good at overriding a lot of these events. The exotic boots. I think the boots you were thinking were, they weren't exotic. They were the Santa boots. Oh, these are the Sniper Hunter boots. That's right. The Stinger Hunter. Sorry, not the Santa, not the Sniper. So there's a Stinger, and then these are the Santa boots. Yeah. So you can buy the Stinger Hunter now. It didn't used to be able to be purchased. I think you had to refer somebody to get it. And so now you can buy them. Give me a second here. Okay. So this one is going to be a play from cover build just because you don't have a ton of armor. So see their shields. Well, we have armor, but you don't have a ton of resistance. It's the bonus armor that you're really missing. So what you could do is, here's a scoping in part. So you can scope in and then double tap while you're here and then mark or whatever. And make sure you have your shotgun in hand for the bleed. And try to get that shot out first. I was too busy hitting the flare, but see, we got how our cooldowns are back. We got both of our skills already, right? So that's pretty cool. So I can switch now.
In place.
Tag this guy. And then throw this out. And then get my skills back. See that? And my stickies are already out. We're ready to go. And now we got our other skill. So easy peasy, as you can imagine. Now we're getting that special ammo, and we'll be able to get eventually. So you want to mark ahead so you get that in sync there. Do you see that I got? And now watch this guy bleed.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Oh, she just threw a grenade right on my ass.
Vital signs critical.
So we got good armor on kill, so.
Heavy ammunition detected.
We're gonna use our grenade launcher too in a second. So that's your third skill basically, right? So you can use your grenade launcher, so you could just pull this beast out. And so they're gonna be dropping a lot of that ammo. That's part of the talent. That's part of the global event.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Where's this guy's? Oh, he's hiding, fucker. Got him. Haha! The tree hits pretty hard, huh? Does a trick.
Detected. Hostile protection now removed.
I love how they freeze in the air. It's pretty cool. Let's get this foamer here, huh? Isn't that cool how they freeze like that? I like that. But see, yeah, so notice our skills are just right? You don't want so much skill haste that they're kind of sitting there waiting for you. You want it to be just right, and that's what you're trying to balance out, and I feel like we got that right now. So you notice, look at that, we already got our sticky thing back, and we'd have it back even faster if I could hit this fucker. There he is. Cool, huh? So one of the things, a little trick for you, okay, so I have aim assist turned off here because that's how I play, but for these types of builds, you might want to turn aim assist back on. And the reason why is because the sticky bomb works off of aim assist, and the sticky bomb can be a little bit harder to use if you don't have aim assist, which it is for me. And so I like the sticky bomb with aim assist. So we now have it on. And so if you're gonna use the Dr. Home, remember to tag him first and then to hit him. And then you get the armor on kill that way.
Detected.
Let's go ahead and heal up because something's wrong. Oh, there's one guy left. Oh, he's underneath. You jerk.
Come on, let's do this.
You jerk. Let's see if we can blow him up with a grenade launcher though. That's what it's for, right? There it is.
Detected heavy ammunition.
See that ammo? It's dropping everywhere.
Detected.
Super cool. So you don't forget about it because you're gonna have more than you can use. So, I mean, it's not made to like use like as a full-time weapon without tip of spear, but you know, just kind of get started and then drop it in. Boom. Sorry, I get excited by the here comes the boom, here comes the boom. Just kidding. But I'm not actually kidding at all. So I'm gonna pick up my laser guided missile here. Consume that. Put my shotgun in hand. The only reason why I'm shooting is for that in sync and then to grab the target. You don't need to shoot otherwise. And that's why you don't need that much armor. That's why it's okay to have some, not be at 100% armor or anything like that. Oops, that was a miss. Because you're not really, you know, hanging out of cover to shoot. Oh, I missed that. Looks like the armor on kill's not working out here. Oh, that's because of that gun. Sorry. So you got to remember to tag with the doctor's home. I forget that sometimes. Because doctor's home requires a mark.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
So like here, for example, mark him and then shoot. Now we get the armor and kill. That's cool. And then I switch. And so the mark lasts for 5 seconds. So if you're real fast, which I'm not, because it only lasts for 5 seconds, which isn't shit, you can you get triple armor on kill, basically. Oops, that was a waste. Just grenade his ass. Then he's gonna act like that. Yeah, you don't have to pick up the kit anymore. It's all automatically applied to you. That's one of the things they fixed, and I think that was 17.1. What up, the sorcerer? What's going on, Skits in the house? For flip's sake. Okay, so again, laser guided missile. You hit him there and then rocket, but I missed. So horrible laser. Weird angle, I guess. Oh God. Sometimes I'm way off with that fucking sticky. So I need some practice. No, wrong gun. So you should bleed out. Could anticipate the bad guys too. Get that thing out. Get them while they're hunched together. Switch to my laser guided missile. Consume that mark for your cooldowns, right? So you gotta get that guy. Got it. And then you've got this bad boy too. Missed again. I need to get. It's easier for, I guess, in scope. I really need to keep to that. fucking guy's so tanky, it sucks. There we go. I think there's a fucking medic out there running around.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Yeah, the drops little command doesn't work, but they're active. They've been working actually. They haven't been working all week. I don't know why. They'll be active until the 15th.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
There he is, little fucker. Oh, he just got up that fucking boss again? Bro.
Medical assistance needed.
God, look how tanky that boss is. Came back with a lot of armor. So explosions work interestingly on armor plates. If your enemy's got armor plates like a Chunga or Warhound, it doesn't discriminate on the armor plates. It'll hit them all the armor plates at the same time, and that's kind of annoying. And why, if you ever notice, explosive builds on Chungas takes forever. And so explosive builds are great and legendary until you get to like Chungas and Warhounds. They're not so great on those because of the way how it applies. It takes forever to kill a Chunga with an explosive.
Hostile protection removed.
See, that's why I like the scope too for control point 1 down. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do another one more control point, and then we're gonna change the build up, all right? Because we got a lot of builds to work through today. So we're gonna cycle quite quickly, and I'll give you one more sneak peek of this build setup before I switch it out. So we're just gonna do one more control point. So bear with me, and then we'll throw on the run and gun version of this, okay? And it adds a ton more survivability and basically the same damage. And so we'll see if there's any improvements we can make to it other than we've done in the past. And so last time I'm talking about that unlimited secret build where we use the Mementos and Brazos combo, and it's very strong. And that's because the Memento is really good. Again, it's all about those short-term buffs. If you can find a build that takes advantage of the short-term buffs, then you can be a happy division agent. Happy. What up, Flying? Good to see you back. Yeah, I was excited to get started early today because of, you know, all that's going on. But there's, oh, I forgot to show you, in the projects. So if you go to your projects, there should be a daily project that's basically new. And so the STARS team has reported a deadly outbreak centering around the summit, investigate and report. So complete summit floors, 3 of them, and then resupply friendly control points, 100. I think that's 100 items, not 100 times. And then emote near other agents. Okay, so if you do all these things, you'll unlock and one apparel item. So, and one SHD calibration, some XP, and an equipment item. So we'll do that today as well. But I already got everything, you know, so I don't think I'll get anything new. I don't think there's anything new for us veterans. Which kind of sucks. It would have been cool if they would have
Friendly control point nearby.
maybe just added one outfit. What up, Colin? Yeah, so part of me wonders if I would like preservation on the shotgun over in sync and get more armor on kill on the shotgun. You could also power down something too and go Bellstone. We looked at that version as well. Yeah, or something. I think the project, there's a project every day. I think they're gonna keep refreshing that project. So one thing you could do is like change out one of your pieces, like this Hannah U. I could change out for I have one somewhere here, like that. And then we get another 10% armor on kill. I think I have a skill haste one too. Yeah, so there's a skill haste one too. Might have to re-roll these, but those can also help with you add more survivability. But I figure we're playing from cover with this one, so we should be cool.
Hostile protection now removed.
Always one of these fucking assholes. So if you get rushed, your best defense really is this fucker. You got so much of that ammo, you know what I mean?
Protected hostile restored.
What am I getting tagged by? We're about to get fucking hit by it. God damn it. The Tusk are here too.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Like that, you know what's really annoying is that Black Tusk person is nowhere near me. And I'm getting hit by her fucking drones. You know what I mean? There's no Tusk person around here. But her drones just come flying in and tag me. What's that about, right? They're nowhere near me. She can't even see me. They're like fucking bloodhound drones.
Heavy ammunition detected.
These guys are never in the fucking right spot for the tag team.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Oh, I missed. No, I got it. Boss is a pain in my butt. Come here, dude. Fucking bombs away his ass. Whoa, shit. Guess I should heal up, huh? Ooh, there's a fucking Tusk guy in here again. Oh, she's immune. And I'm pulsed too, so got no skills. Nice.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Yeah, so do not forget about your grenade launchers. Look at all the ammo that they give you. It's really part of your arsenal for sure in this event.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile restored protection. Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Yeah, it was a slaughter. When you get them clustered like that, I mean, it's over, right? Just over.
Hostile protection removed.
Oh, that was a big miss. I didn't know how that happened.
Heavy ammunition detected.
We can get him. Oh, it was too slow. Need a clear line of sight. I think we can.
Heavy ammunition detected.
So you get your timing down a lot better. You know, it'll probably take a control point. I got my timing down now. Oh, fucking medic. The M18 still hits hard, even though we've got no damage.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Hostile protection restored.
Really?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
fuck? Grenade! Oh yeah, you also got those too, by the way.
Hostile protection.
See if we can land one. It's so hard to get grenades on these guys. I mean, that is a boss. They're a little dodgier than most, but... A boss is out there doing fucking cartwheels, man. That should have been on.
Hostile restored protection.
I love that sticky bomb. I do. It's such a good thing. I remember when they introduced it. Everybody was psyched. DMP one's really good too.
Heavy ammunition detected.
There it is. We did it. We did it. We did not die. Cool. So that's our Ninja Boom Boom build. Now, I was probably moving around more than you would want to do with it. You know what I mean? What up, Morefish? Papa Rubus, what up? What's going on, Aoki? So basically, the event, if you're just not joining us, is called Hollywood. And so you can see your details here. Remember to activate it, okay? And so you see your details here, but it's called Hollywood. But basically, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I'll just tell you what it does. So they're gonna be shielded, practically invulnerable, okay? And so the only way to break their shields are from explosions, EMPs, or specialization weapons. So this build uses 2 of those 3 elements. So it's basically a double explosive build, a 1-2 punch, and then our third punch is coming from that. And so what you want to do is you want to level up, and as you can see, by leveling up, you get those red stars, and those red stars act as a currency that you can buy named item caches. So very, very valuable. We might want that chest piece for this event. So very, very valuable. You don't want to skip out on these events. This is how we veterans have gotten our really good, you know, like named items and stuff like that in the game. So we farm the heck out of these events, and then we buy named item caches, and they get DZ items and all sorts of stuff in there. Yeah, this build is fun. This build is fun, but we're gonna. And so this one is probably more for those that like to play from cover. And so I moved around because I got ants in my pants. So I just don't know how else to describe it. I got ants in my pants, and I always got to be moving. Got somewhere to be, I'm late for a very important date. And so, but the reality is it's a hold it down, blow them all up. You don't need to move. Seek and destroy. You got a lot of range. The 1-2 punch with tag team is really, really, really nice. Your skills are basically always up. So we're gonna make a modified version now, which is really a retro version. So one that I created for season 10, but it's such a go-to. You're gonna want to see this one too. And it's basically utilizing many of the same pieces, but the Memento will be the center of it. And the Memento is really good on skill builds. We know that, but it's also amazing on skill damage builds. The reason why is because it includes status effects, right? As part of your skill efficiency. And that's 30% status effects, which is not a little bit. And you're also getting skill damage and skill haste with that. So, and then you're getting trophies to basically drive spikes of damage into it. So we'll get into that in just a second. I'm just gonna grab some gear here, and then just gonna go to the White House in case I need to re-roll something. Yeah, so the drops command isn't working, but it is active. Okay, so drops are active. For some reason, that exclamation drops command doesn't work. It hasn't been working for all week. I don't know why. That is a Twitch command, and it doesn't work for me. Yeah, that's right. Keep it simple. Keep it on target. Keep it on purpose. Yeah, the voice prompts. That's right. I think it's part of the event. There's a couple of things that are unique to the event. When I first saw this event, I thought it was a glitch. But the enemies freeze in the air, right? So they literally, it's like this bullet time effect almost, but they actually freeze. So they blow up and then they freeze in the air and then they drop. And so you can take selfies with them, right? Okay, so remember, as one of your projects, so if you go into your projects today, so head over to your projects. Remember, one of the things to do is you got to emote near an agent. So let's find a little agent. There's a couple here, and then let's annoy them with an emote. If I can trigger it. So, what? There we go, and we locked it. It's that easy. That easy. I should have resupplied the control points while we were there, but I didn't do that. So we'll do it on the next run. Okay, so I promised you one more look at the build, so here it is. Again, you want to make sure you're running Demolitionist for that 10% more explosive damage. That's basically why, and you get access to artillery turret, which we're going to run a little bit later. Now, the shotgun, the mop is very important as a primary weapon. You could also use a Scorpio, okay? But this gives you 10% armor on kill, and you don't have to shoot anybody. You just have to hold it. And then I got in sync. You could also put preservation if you want 10% more armor on kill, sometimes 20% more. And then the doctor's home for range, so I'm getting armor on kill here, but you got to remember to mark the target, okay? And then, but I'm really using it for the scope, okay? So that I can quick scope in and use my sticky bomb at long ranges. So this is built around the Ninja Bike backpack, so we can lock 2-piece items. And then I got skill haste. And then we're running the Wyvern, so we get skill damage and status effects. And then you can see the stats there, pretty straightforward. China Light, you gotta have one of these, and then we get the extra skill haste attribute, and then skill damage and status effects. And then one piece of Gruppo, which is gonna be really important, which is technically 2 pieces of Gruppo for that explosive damage, and I got armor, skill damage, and skill haste. And then Brazos, skill damage, status effects, and skill tier, and then we're getting another skill tier with skill haste. And then most importantly, the chest piece with tag team. So tag team is really important for this. That's part of what gets you those unlimited skills that you saw me using, which is part of your survivability. Status effects and double skill haste. Skill tiers, and then we get skill haste and skill damage from the brand. And so my cooldowns are at about 14.7, 14.5 seconds. Okay, so that's about right. I would like them a tad bit faster, and you can do that by taking off that status effects and putting skill haste there. Just a touch faster, but they're pretty good where they are. So that's build number 1 for today. So let's just save that real quick. Make sure we got that saved. Okay, so let's get into the next build. Similar in concept, but we're gonna have to rearrange some things. And this one's gonna be more of play out of cover and be like a crazy man for sure. So it's gonna need the Memento, but the Memento is really powerful for this, especially if we're able to grab the short-term buffs, which we will be, because that's gonna give us bonus armor, which will allow us to get more trophies out of cover. And then skill efficiency, so we're gonna be running 6 skill tiers. So every time we grab a trophy, that's 30% more skill efficiency. And again, skill efficiency includes skill haste, skill damage, and status effects, all of the attributes we're looking for. And then weapon damage, you can have 30% weapon damage at full stacks, plus 3% armor regen. And probably about 20-30% bonus armor. So really, really, really cool. Really, really cool.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Meat Ogre. Good name. You rock. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for jumping in on the Players Club at the hardcore level, which gets you access to the gamer music playlist, by the way. And be sure to check out the playlist at the top of my YouTube homepage, because that's where you can get all your member perks. Please take advantage of your member perks. Playlist is right at the top of my YouTube homepage. It says members playlist. Thanks, bro. So, okay, so that's the start. Okay, so that's key. And that's gonna make our skills come back a lot faster. It doesn't show up front because we don't have any trophies yet, but it's gonna make our skills come a lot faster. So we need the 1 piece of China. So that's important. And then we need 2 pieces of Grupo. And so so with the Memento, I'm pretty sure we can go all status effects, if I remember right. So skill damage and status effects is what I mean. We don't need as much skill haste because the Memento drives a lot of skill haste onto the build. So it's all gonna basically be the same that we do, similar to what you just saw. Okay, so it's a reconfiguration, but when it comes to explosive builds, you don't have a lot of options. You know, it's explosive damage is rare. You only see it on Grupo in China, so that's it. And then of course you get it from Demolitionist. So those are your 3 key elements, and then from there it's up to you. So you got your China, 2 Grupos, Demolitionist, and then you can run Hannah, you can run Brazos, you can run Wyvern, you can run whatever you want. Even Golan gear. So I'm gonna go back to status effects down here. So Golan Grupo status effects, and that's because again the skill haste. So we want that strong bleed. It's really cool when enemies die from bleed. It saves you from using your explosives. And so on the chest, let's see. I mean, I kind of want to try that Bellstone, to be honest with you. I kind of want to try that Bellstone. I'm just thinking about it. So we've never done the Bellstone chest, and so I got this really unique Bellstone. I know you're gonna hate me for it, but it's got skill damage and status effects, and I can put a skill tier there or leave it in armor core. I'll probably have to add the skill tier though, because of the configuration we got here. But and then that means I could take off the Brazos and move this to I guess it would have to be another Bellstone, wouldn't it? Which I have that. I have that. Probably over here. So I got these China sniper versions too. What do you think about these? Yep, we can get into some of that later in the week. Right on me. I hope you join us on Discord too. You guys join us on Discord. We got good build channels. Like to keep that channel popping. So love when new people jump in. Newbie questions are cool. So here's a golem piece. Skill damage, status effects, more status effects. I like that one. I'm gonna bring that one. My Bellstone might be elsewhere. You don't need to have this chest too, by the way. You can also just put Bellstone in a holster or something like that, you know, or a mask, you know, put your China on your chest or something. Okay, so I'm not finding that piece. So maybe I won't run this. Maybe I won't. Because I want to run 2 pieces of Bellstone because we don't have the ninja bike anymore. So I can run it and still get the armor regen, and that's cool. I mean, that's not a bad thing either. But what would be more valuable actually is to run 2 pieces of Brazos. I'll walk you through the whole build. So let me just slap this together. Because if we run 2 pieces of Brazos, then we can get armor back on the build. And that'll be helpful because we're gonna be running and gunning. So Golan, the Golan chest piece is also valuable. And you could run 2 pieces of gold in for armor regen too. But like I said, we're gonna want some armor. So let me find this Brazos. That one technically works. Okay, I think we got what we need. No need to run the sacrifice, the perfect sacrifice, unless you're gonna run the artillery turret and not get out of cover. But no need to break your back there. Let's go move some pieces over here real quick so we can pick up some junk. All right, that's good. Okay, so 2-piece Brazos, and what that's gonna do is open up a skill tier, add a skill tier, so I can add armor. And armor is gonna be more important than Bellstone because we want to make sure we have enough armor to be able to move around, and this is gonna give us 20% bonus armor because we got a blue core there, a blue core there, and the Memento short-term buffs give us 10% bonus armor on kill. So that's 20% bonus armor, and then we're gonna get real armor on kill too from holding this mop. So the mop is gonna be very important in this one. And it will start off with some skill haste here, a little bit, but you can literally have too much skill haste on this build. So it doesn't look like it because we don't have mementos, but then I'm gonna put back on tag team. I run tag team almost exclusively on this event, I feel like, until we get to the explosive turret. Okay, so let me change the chest and then we'll talk build. You could also use the TDI card pistol and add another core. A little harder to mark your targets, but it does work. The shotgun's powerful too to kill, and you need to bleed. So there's a lot of reasons why the mop is better. But we could run that anyways. Let me see if I have my I'll bring it anyways, I mean. And so I could show you that option. See if I have the TDI card on me right now. Yeah, there it is. Cool. And then I'd probably run preservation, so you'd lose in sync, but we would need some real armor on kill. Maybe maybe we'd be okay with our regen, but probably need that armor on kill. So preservation. And so that'd guarantee at least 10% armor on kill while that's in hand. And then if we're gonna run, so we'll need to make sure we have this option, which we do. So if we're gonna decide to run the pistol full time, then what we could do is add another armor core and push our armor to 1.3. Now, that doesn't sound amazing, but what ends up happening is we get another 10% bonus armor on kill. So it's actually 30% armor on kill, plus a 10% armor on kill, putting us at 40% total effective armor on kill. 10% white, 10% blue. So
You need help with something?
let's see here. Let's see here. I show the bit rate is pretty good right now. 5,000 KBS plus. But you know, let's see. I'm not showing any drop frames, so I've had 0 dropped frames. I've had 5 skip frames out of 260,000. So yeah, it seems to be pretty smooth right now, Anna. I don't know, but it might be maybe YouTube. That's my internet speed. Yeah, the explosive damage is 15 plus 15, which is 30, plus another 10. Yeah, that's right, 40. And then from there, you're looking, you know, you can increase it by amplified damage, basically. Okay, so let's try. So let me run you through the quick build overview. Just give me a quick second here. Okay, here's build number 2 for the Hollywood Global event. Now, this is one that I originally created. It's a version of what I originally created for season 10. And it was centered around really Brazos. So we were bringing Brazos into the equation of this build, but it's actually a version that I've been running for many, many seasons. But every new season, when they give us some new gear that allows me to upgrade this build, then I take advantage of that. So I'm going to start with the Memento because a lot goes into the Memento. So with this explosive build, or really any explosive build or skill build, the Memento is actually really valuable. And a lot of people overlook that, because they think, oh, Mementos for like running and gunning. Exactly. That's exactly how we're running this build too. It's gonna blow your mind. Literally, no pun intended. And so, weapon damage, armor core, in the skill tier, right? And then I got skill haste there. So it's all about kill confirmed. Any build that can take advantage of the short-term buffs from the Memento is a rockstar build, and that's what this build does. So let's talk long-term buffs first. So we get 30% weapon damage, 3% armor regen, and 30% skill efficiency. So that's why we're running this, really. It's that skill efficiency. It's a lot. So 30% skill efficiency includes skill damage, status effects, and 30% skill haste. All things that we are using on this build. All 3 things, okay? And so because we're running 6, what do you call it? Skill tiers, because we're running 6 skill tiers, every time we grab a fresh trophy, which we're going to be doing constantly, we're going to be stacking 30% skill efficiency, which is, again, skill damage, skill haste, and duration, and status effects. So 30, 60, 90, right? You get it? Okay, cool. And then we got the bonus armor, which is going to allow us to get out of cover so that we can grab those trophies in the first place. And so we got 2 blue cores, so that's 20% bonus armor on kill. And then we're running the mop, and the mop is going to get 10% armor on kill to us, even just by holding it. We don't even have to actually kill anybody with the mop. So that's another 10% armor on kill, effectively putting us at 30% armor on kill. I'm running the Doctor's Home again so that I can nail people in the face at range with the sticky bomb by scoping in. This also gets us 10% armor on kill, and you don't have to fetch the trophy anymore. But just make sure you mark that target before you kill them. And so otherwise we have max explosive damage on this build. So it's important that you run Demolitionist. That's going to give you 10%. We're running One Piece China Light. That's giving us 15%. I got skill damage, status effects, and skill tier. I'm running 1 piece of Grupo. 2 pieces gives us explosive damage. I got skill tier, skill damage, status effects, and skill haste. And then here's my second Grupo with skill tier, skill damage, and status effects. And then I'm running 1 piece Brazos. I don't need the Picaro's holster because I really don't need extra weapon damage. So I got skill haste, and skill tier, skill damage, status effects, another skill tier. And then my second piece of Brazos to unlock that skill tier. So I got armor, skill damage, and double skill haste. And tag team is really important. So the last enemy you damage with a skill is marked, and then shooting them with your shotgun is going to consume that mark and shave your cooldowns. And so tag team plus the Memento allows you to remove a lot of skill damage on your, or skill haste on your build. Allows you to remove more skill haste on your build so that you can replace it with status effects. And so I might even remove some of the skill haste mods with protection from elites after we get going, once we get some trophies under our belt. So this is going to be a really fun build. And so I got the explosive seeker mine, and that's because it's got a really big radius that the enemy has a hard time jumping out of. And so this is tier 6. Our cooldown's at 18.8, but it's going to be a lot faster. It's probably going to be about 12 seconds, and then we're going to have the tag team kicking in, which is basically going to give us unlimited skills. And then here's the sticky, and it's explosive sticky, and I have this at 18.5 seconds. We're hitting at 4.877 before the trophies. Remember, we're gonna get 30% more skill damage with the trophies. So this build is probably gonna get hit harder than the Ninja Bike backpack one. But the playstyle is a little bit different. It should hit way harder with the short-term trophies, no doubt. So let's get into it. I'll give you guys another peek of the build before we move on to the next one. But note that we will also be swapping in the TDI card pistol.
Hostile control point nearby.
And so when we do that, I got to remember to swap the piece. Okay, so everything's the same. A lot more running and gunning. And remember, we also have the arsenal of grenade launcher damage. So let's make sure we use that too. So with this, basically, got him. There we go. So there's a trophy up there waiting. I should have probably hit my... See how his skill already came back? It's crazy, huh?
En route.
So you want the shotgun again for the bleed, and then consume that mark. So now we're gonna have also the regen that's really gonna help us too.
Hostile protection restored. Detected heavy ammunition.
I wish the sticky bomb threw out some bleed. It doesn't. Yeah, this one's faster. It's already faster. I don't know why.
Reinforcement. Detected heavy munitions.
See ya. See ya. Bonus armor. That's what we're looking for. Oh fuck! I missed him. Hold on to that.
Hostile protection restored. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Once we get the full trophies, it's gonna get insane. The skill haste, it gets crazy. We figured out in season 10 that you didn't need as much skill haste, that we had too much skill haste in the previous season. And that, so we tested it and started backing down some of that skill haste for status effects, pushing the limit to see, hey, what's the right amount? We determined that status effects alone is so strong that, I'm sorry, the Memento itself, tag team itself is so strong that you really didn't need much skill haste beyond that.
Detected heavy munitions.
And so this becomes even more fun when you add the TDI card because of that extra armor core, for sure.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Removed hostile protection.
So he's bleeding at about 82,000.
Hostile protection restored.
There he is.
Detected heavy ammunition.
We don't need to do him, do we? Oh, look, another convoy. There's always a convoy or some shit. What just happened? Hold on to that.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detected heavy ammunition.
Yeah, so when you see them in groups like that, take advantage of your grenade launcher right here. Oops, light pole.
Heavy ammunition detected.
How the fuck did that miss? Take that. Let him bleed out, maybe.
Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile restored protection.
Incoming! Rainbow! So here's let's laser beam somebody here, huh? Look at that fucking fire pitch you just threw. Jump! Oh.
Detected heavy ammunition.
So we're almost full here. And it plays a lot faster. I don't know if you noticed that, but really, you fucker.
Detected heavy ammunition. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, you fucking slow ass reaction button thing. Oh, God.
Now restored.
My buttons are kind of off right now, so I'm using my paddles to try to work around it. Not as fast as the bumpers. God damn that fucking turret. Really? Aw, what? Why's my guy just standing there?
Agent down.
Yeah, you could go overcharge. You could go overcharge too, especially with the turret builds. The explosive turret builds. I sometimes find that explosive builds are kind of strong enough to like not need them, and so I find myself just not using my overcharge a lot, which is why I don't normally run it. But yeah, you can run the BTS Uglos are the easiest to use. Just detonate your hive. You could also run Future also, which is also pretty easy to use if you have it on a backup weapon.
Now protection restored.
Come on, turret, show me your damn belt. Get it.
Heavy ammunition detected.
There it is.
Heavy munitions. Protected hostile restored.
So if we look at our cooldowns here, now that we have all our trophies, so yeah, 14.1 seconds, and then the explosive here is at 15.7, and that's without the short terms considered, right? So when you grab the short term trophies, that's going to boost it by 30% skill efficiency or skill haste. I don't think that changes. Yeah, 14.1. Yeah, it doesn't really change it on paper. Let's see if it does by grabbing another one. Yeah, no, it doesn't change it on paper, but so pretty cool. Pretty cool. Run a gun, blow 'em up build. I don't know if I'll get to the Eclipse one today. Well, it just depends. It depends on how fast everything goes. So, but I think I'm done showcasing this one. I think we should, because they played very similar. This one's better though. Actually, we should show real quick the pistol version. Ooh, that's nice looking, isn't it? Probably not gonna keep it though. So the pistol version gets a little tankier, so we could just do a couple of kills with the pistol version. Ooh, I'll keep that one. That'd be better than the one I have. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for these skill damage tips to top out this build. Yeah, it's better than the one I have. Nice. So next. One second. All right. So I'm going to make a slight deviation to the build. So now we're going to focus with the TDI card as our primary. So what that's going to do is give us an extra skill tier. And I went ahead and ran preservation on this, okay, because to get us some armor on kill so we can move a little bit faster. You could also put in sync on this if you want. And so we're going to be holding that. By holding that, that gives us an extra skill tier. It allows us to put an extra armor core on our build and still maintain our 6 skill tiers. So we will run now this one, pushing us to 1.3. So now we're going to get, so it's 10% bonus armor per kill. So we're going to get 30% bonus armor per kill, and then preservation for another 10%. Now it says we got 5 skill tiers because I don't have my pistol in hand, but once we do that, then you can see we got 6 skill tiers. So everything else should be the same. And let's just get out there before our trophies all expire. So we'll just run over here. Let's go to this one. Yeah, one of the builds I got to get to today is the artillery turret build, because a lot of people are more comfortable with their explosive builds, just kind of parking it, playing from cover, using artillery turret, which is very strong. Personally, I kind of get a little bit bored of it, you know, because it's like tink, and then it goes boom, tink, boom. You know what I mean? So it's kind of slow. It's very effective. Don't get me wrong, very effective, but a little slow. All right, here we go. Really, you can see me through the fucking fog? God damn you.
Hostile protection now.
So annoying. And it's the range he's got.
Hostile protection restored. Civilians in danger.
Alright, fucking surrounded, huh?
I'm gonna kill you.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Knocking the enemy down.
Work together and we'll beat them.
Kind of miss my in-sync.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
I'm getting hit hard over. Seeker! Can't see the target.
Protected hostage restored. Heavy ammunition detected.
Copy that. Got your back.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Ah, sticky phone.
What the fuck? I've got no shot. We're losing people. I got your.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Neo, look.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Detected. Heavy munitions. Hostile protection restored.
Case back. Cover right here. There, on the flank.
guy's annoying. Heavy gunners suck.
Detected heavy ammunition. Hostile restored protection.
Really? Fucking missed you. Really? Guy is hard to get. Called bullshit.
Agent detected.
If it was their explosions, I mean, they can't miss, right?
Civilians in distress. Protect hostile restored.
Eat this. One more shot and I'm a goner.
Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile protection removed. Hostile detected.
Oh, I missed that. Fuck. Oh, I'm out of that too.
Detected heavy munitions. Hostile protection restored.
Keep an eye on our flank.
Civilians in danger.
My armor shot to head.
There he goes.
Detected.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. You know, I think the tough call is, do I run preservation back here or in sync? That's the only thing I could think of. But it was really effective. A lot of fun, actually. Playing it that way, a little more survivability. And basically the same everything else. So just a tad bit slower on the skill. So we were at 14.1 when we were running the other version. I don't know. It's because of, I think we put, we changed one of the stats somewhere, I guess. When we were adding the armor. I don't know. I don't know how that happened, but maybe when my trophies just expired. But yeah, that's cool. So that's build number 2, and we're done with it. Let's go. We're ready for the next one. Let me grab some loot and blow some things up. Yeah, the Sam Fisher suit coming in season 1 should be pretty cool if that's what you mean. I'm looking forward to that thing. I like Sam Fisher. Splinter Cell was one of the originals.
Supply room access unlocked. Detected. Nearby location.
That game was so cool, man. I used to love those sticky cams you could shoot. Look around corners. I miss games like that. Requires their level of patience to play him, huh? Sneaking, crawling, trying not to be detected, trying to be undetected, you know? A lot of patience. It's like sniping in a Division 2. A lot of patience.
Civilians in distress.
So we got 4 stars. So one of the downsides about this event is like, I don't feel like it's like a really great global directive event. What up, Black? Like, I feel like, you know, you can, if you do, you're probably better off just with an artillery turret and just holding it down and not moving, you know, and then obviously you don't want your skill one then. So you're max 4 directives. This is heroic. We're doing a heroic. It's in game, Harvey. Yeah, it's in game. It's character outfits. Character apparel. It would be cool if it was in real life, though. I'd rock that outfit. Yeah. That give me some of that metal arm. So next, I'm gonna put together like a very strong explosive turret build. Okay, so just swap this together and then I'll walk you through it. Actually, you had a stronger damage one here. I forgot about that. 10% damage. And then could probably just run. I still like this Seeker because it applies the bleed. I still prefer that, so I'm gonna keep that. The other, the clusters don't do bleed, and I want my status effects. So the formula here is gonna be a little bit different because it's gonna be a play from cover. Let's put on whatever backpack for a moment. And so on this one, we're gonna run the vial. Okay, so the ticks are important. Play from cover, so you can do that. And then the backpack, you can do kills from cover, but probably not. Hannah, you status effects, I kind of like that one. But you're mostly focused on artillery turrets, so damage is really what you want. So let's do that one. So tech support is really nice. You could actually, you know what? I like Creeping Death though too. Creeping Death on this one's nice. Now let's just go tech support. You could go Creeping Death too. We might try both, but Creeping Death because it's gonna spread that bleed, and then you can tick people to death, which is gonna save you artillery ammo. It sort of just depends on what you're playing though, because like in some control points, there's so much open space, you know, could be a little hard to spread, but it's a very unique way to play. And the build's so strong, you don't really need tech support. On the chest, what do I want? China probably. Glass cannon. Should have a better one than that, right? Oh no, on this one we run. That's right. On this one we run perfect glass cannon. You could also run the Golan, but on this one we run perfect glass cannon and get more damage out of the bleed. That's because we're already using our China. It's a very particular formula. So we could bring that one. Is it Hermana still bugged? I don't know. I never really had the interest to use that. I mean, it sounds interesting, but it's, one of those. It's like, am I impacting my team or am I not? I don't know. Does anybody care? Sounds nice though. So you definitely want status effects and damage on everything on this one. That makes it perfect build. So skill damage, status effects. And then, what do I want here? Can't remember. I think it's a wyvern. You could still run 2-piece. The thing is, I don't have that much wyvern. So let's see what I can run with. Golan. That's great. Perfect. Better. Best, actually. Better option. Okay, and so then now we need the glove, which is going to be hopefully my other Grupo. Now, you can run the BTSU gloves instead of the mask, but it's all about the ticks here. And as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to put on Creeping Death. I'll show you that in a minute. So this is a good one here. In case we want damage, but I don't have the extra Grupo gloves, so, or holster. I'll check. I think I still need a Grupo holster to have a complete set. All right, that's cool. Status effects is good too. Bleed them out. And then, so China on the back, and then here will be our other Grupo. And then skill haste everywhere. Yeah, we're gonna get into explosive delivery is really, really fun for this event too. It's really, really fun. It's one of the only times I break it out, actually. If you didn't know, the Stinger is explosive damage. Stinger is explosive damage. So Creeping Death, where are you? So perfect Creeping Death just, isn't gonna make a bunch of sense for me here. Because you'd have to run Habsburg and get a headshot damage, and we were talking about that earlier. It's like, yeah, so basically the Habsburg perfect Creeping Death only pairs with trauma, and that's it. Let's see if I got the right guns. Basically, I mean, you could run the Scorpio on this one. You don't need the Doctor's Home anymore. I'll probably do that in case you get rushed. You're not going to do a lot of shooting. I know you might want to do the capacitor, and you can. I didn't bring it with me, but the capacitor would give you more damage. But I like in sync, so because I'm so busy with this little tink, tink, you know. Actually, let's do this one at testing range. Yeah, the Acosta bag is great too. The Acosta bag is great. This one's a different version of a build that you're probably used to. Okay, this explosion build is a legendary and heroic build that is set up in a very different way. Probably different than what you're accustomed to or what you've used before, or maybe even seen out there. Now, the original formula for this came from Gambit, who's in one of our Tux clans on Xbox. And so, very smart guy. He puts together really cool builds. And so this is originally his formula. I might have made 1 or 2 changes from it, but it's close to what he came up with. And his smart idea was really, when it comes to explosives, to really play into the bleed. And so that's what it's all about. And so you're hitting, like, it's one of the strongest explosive builds out there. We have maximum explosive damage. We got maximum skill tiers. We got maximum skill damage on every piece. The difference is that it adds a lot of bleed and in multiplicative ticks. And by doing that, you use less ammo because you don't need to throw out an additional explosive on guys that are almost dead. They're going to bleed out is what's going to happen. And so basically what you're going to end up doing is having the whole field ticking. Okay, they're going to be double ticking. They're going to be ticking from the bleed and ticking from the vial mask. Very strong. So it's a very particular formula. It's got all the best in slot pieces for an explosive build. So let's start with the Grupo. So you're going to need 2 pieces of Grupo. And this is what you want every piece to look like. So this is going to give us that 15% explosive damage by having 2 pieces. We got the skill tier, skill damage, and status effects. And like I said, like, these pieces aren't as rare as you think they are. I actually get a lot of versions of these. Skill haste would be okay too if you instead of status effects, if you had to, for your secret mines, but try to get this combo. Very useful. Just farm Grupo either in Countdown or the open world when you see it available. And then our second piece is the gloves, status effects and skill damage, skill tier. And again, that's a 15% explosive damage. And then our backpack is China Light for the other 15% explosive damage. And then we got a skill tier, skill damage, status effects, skill haste mod, and then creeping death. That's right. So you can run tech support on your backpack, okay, and or combined arms to get more damage out of your turret, but you're not going to need it. Creeping death again is going to spread the bleed and thereby spread the vial mask. So it's more crowd control, more multiplicative stacking of damage on enemies that took splash damage or were even just nearby, right, by 8 meters. And so yeah, this version is going to be better than the perfect creeping death version because we can't afford to run Habsburg on the build. Every piece is intentionally placed. And so looking at the holster, I'm running a golden Golem. So that's got status effects and skill tier, skill damage, and status effects. Okay, so pretty cool. So you want to get something like this. If you didn't have this, an easier piece to put here would be a Wyvern for 10% more skill damage. So you could put Wyvern here, or even another China Light if you want skill haste, or Brazos if you want skill haste. But you don't really need weapon damage, so I wouldn't put a Picaro's holster. Now the chest piece is the Sacrifice. So that's a Providence piece, and we're into this because of that perfect glass cannon. This will be a play from cover build, and it is suitable for legendary and heroic gameplay. Time and time proven, okay? So the glass cannon explosive builds are not a new thing. So it's not really an argument here about that glass cannon, okay? So skill tier, status effects, skill damage, skill haste, and then perfect glass cannon, which is going to give us that 30% amp damage. And so we already have the China Light backpack on. We already have China Light being used on the backpack, and that's why we put the Sacrifice chest piece on, and that's why we have China Light on the backpack, so that we can run this chest piece. We want the perfect glass cannon for the ticks, the bleed, and the vial, and the explosion. So it's going to apply to all of those things. So we're getting triple effect out of this perfect glass cannon. So status effects, skill damage, skill haste, or anything close to this. Okay, but try to make sure you got your 6 skill tiers. And then very important would be your Vile Mask, which has status effects, and then the action of talent of Toxic Delivery, which is going to add a debuff for 10 seconds when applied to us when they get a status effect. So, and this is basically powered up through status effect attributes and explosive damage. So it's based off of your concussion grenades, 50% value. And as you'll see here in a second, that this is a maximum concussion grenade. That's as strong as that thing can get. Plus or minus a few points, because not all my rolls are optimized. So let me show you what this thing can do. And so let's pop it up and then watch the spread of the bleed. Kind of acts funny in here, like these barriers. There's a lot of ticks. I can't even tell you what they say. 100 and 200. Yeah, they go really fast. Maybe we'll try it on one guy. Just on one guy. Here. Let's try this back guy here. Oops. All right, let's fuck it. So let's see, 87 plus, let's see, 98 plus 118. Okay, 98 plus 118. So that's 218 on tick. 218 tick. That's huge, right? And so I don't know if you caught that, but a lot of people died on tick. Okay, so we're running the mop because it's got damage to armor, and damage to armor boosts the damage to those bleeding ticks. Okay, and then we got armor on kill, so when they die, we get 10% armor on kill. We don't even have to shoot the gun to get that. And then in sync to make that hit even stronger. So we're gonna make sure we pop out a shot every few seconds to keep this thing activated. And then for the skills, I'm running the Explosive Secret Mine because that applies bleed, and we want everything to be bleeding. It's got a pretty fast cooldown, but I have the modifier on in the testing room here. So, and then the explosive turret shows a base of 5.6, but remember in sync on top of that, and then it's going to get amplified by 30%, so it's a lot stronger. All right, so this is going to be a crazy build. Let's go give it a test. Let's fast travel. Wait, how many things do I have here? 48. Let me get rid of a couple. This is basically a must-have build, though. Like, I think you should probably have some sort of variation of this in your loadout. Really helpful for legendary gameplay. Probably too strong for heroic. You know? I mean, just obliterate things. Good for team play. It works in team and solo, so you don't have to worry about that. All right, this should be good. And actually, this is the same thing. So, so if you wanted to run the pistol, you can do that to put on an armor core. But why? You know what I mean? You're playing from cover, so the armor core is not going to do anything for you. And so, but the bleed is, the damage to armor is. So you're better off with the mop in hand. So the TDI card would be a waste. You need that 10% armor on kill too. Can't wait to get to the, yeah, you know what this is? Yeah, it's a crazy. Gambit's Boom. That's what we call this one. Actually, this was his, this is the build he used to farm the summit floor 10. He was always in there. And if you guys know Gambit, his watch, I haven't seen it in a little while, but it was close to 100,000, his watch. He's a major farmer. He loved that floor 10 stuff. He used to farm floor 100 too. Him and Reaper. They both did. Both of those activities a lot. So this is all really about positioning on this one, isn't it? So we got to get up there and hold it down because they're gonna be.
Vital signs critical. Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile restored protection.
So he's gonna bleed out, but I'm gonna hit him again. So actually, I'm not gonna heal up. So look at those bleeds. So watch that purple guy bleed out. You see? So it saves you ammo because I didn't have to hit him again, right? And so that's why you want the bleed strong. Otherwise, you end up hitting the same guy twice. And much more better at crowd control too.
Detected.
And this, remember, you got the spider creeping death effect.
Arrived.
So what's these assholes, huh? See that? Boom, boom, and then this purple, he's bleeding out. You see that?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Where you think you go?
Come on, jump. Oh, I'm fucked. You're too close.
Agent out.
Oh, screw you, buddy.
Agent killed.
That's the thing with these explosive builds. Like when you get rushed, some people it can be smarter until you kind of get to the second wave. You could switch skills, but to put a stinger hive to push back the rush, you know what I mean?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
And you can blow yourself up, so be careful about that. Really? Fuck you, lady. Jesus. Well, they're all around us. It's very annoying. Ah, I can't figure out which button to push. Well, let me kill myself. Let me restart this.
Agent killed.
These turrets are kind of clunky. A big circle follows you around wherever you go. You think you're gonna blow yourself up on accident, which is what I almost did. So I got sort of tongue tied with my weapon, trying to figure out, wait, which button do I push to get the grenade launcher? It literally just happened to me. This is where overrun. I need to reset this. I gotta reset this. Hold on.
Agent deceased.
So like I was like, so I had my grenade launcher out. I had my seeker mine following me around, and then that big circle from the turret following me around. I'm like, wait, if I push this button, am I gonna die? Because I could, you know, I got tongue tied with the weapons. All right, let's reset that. Got our butts kicked. Yeah, everybody get nukes themselves. It's just like the, that's a good idea. I should toss it out a little further. I don't use this skill a lot, so I'm kind of a bad example of it. Well, some people use this all the time. It was actually the first skill I used, you know, when as a skill build. I remember coming into the game and creating a skill build. I remember everything about it. Actually, I used it for the first time on this control point up here. I remember the vault. I remember using it. Lasting impression. Yeah, so the stinger hive though, because they send so many of those little riot foam guys and shotgunners at you. I mean, once you own the control point, you can swing back. But this does count as explosive damage, so you're in luck. So we put damage, stingers, and then duration's fine. Okay. And so it's cool is that you remember you can toss it and still pick it up. But they always send this group from behind you, and it's really annoying. It's just like every time, you know?
Reinforcements incoming.
So I'll put my a hive right here just in case I get rushed. See, look, there's already a guy coming up.
Hostile restored.
See that? Annoying. See how the bleed spread there? Oh great, look, more behind us. Shoot, fucking turret, slow as fuck. Adamant as fuck this guy too, huh? God damn it. God, I hate that they have an angle on me up there. That's fucking annoying. That's a resource convoy behind this. So when it dies, it's gonna fucking pull out a bunch of rushers. You know what I mean? It's so annoying. Yeah, they just keep coming on the backside. It's like constant. Frustrating. Isn't it funny how the this one's way stronger, yet I mean, even without glass cannon, right? Just the turret concept. But it's like the run and gun Memento one had so much more survivability. And it's not because of glass cannon, it's more about that you're free to move and you can handle rushes better. Let's see him back there. They're everywhere. Oh, I had the wrong gun in my hand. Should have to bleed. We weren't getting armor on kill.
Hostile protection restored. Detected heavy ammunition.
Look at that. Look at that. I mean, that turret is weaving through the bars at an angle. I mean, and it still gets me. Impossible. So frustrating. Or that. He died from the shock. Okay, while he's doing that, let's get some special ammo.
Protected hostile restored. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Guess we missed.
Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile protection restored.
Yeah, these are really good support builds too, right? I mean, look how much you weaken your enemy, and so if you had like a DPS player, he's gonna make that kill go a lot faster.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detected heavy ammunition. Detected heavy ammunition.
Yeah, Memento works pretty good too. Oh, you know what I'm forgetting to do? I'm forgetting to use InSync. I forget that I have it. I should use that. That's a big difference. Okay, so don't forget InSync. I just forget. And I was telling you that earlier. That's the problem with these skills, is that it takes so much focus to really land those shots that you find yourself paying attention to that and forgetting to do little things like shoot your gun. Not a little thing either, right?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
See what I mean? It's a little, it's not my style, but it's really effective. You know, it really is.
Supply room access.
I mean, some people really love these explosive skills. So just because it's not my style, don't let that turn you off. You know what I mean? Because I don't get super excited about it. But it's really effective. People live by these builds, you know? And this is one of the best ones I've ever seen. Really is. I do believe basically the difference between this build and any other one I've seen is mostly around the backpack detail. I gotta say, it's as simple as that because
Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile restored protection.
oh, there's one guy left, huh? Because most people run something like combined arms or tech support on their backpack, which is also very effective, right? But that, yeah, I hope you could witness the bleed detail here on how that bleed was working, which is the whole point of it is like you can hit these guys, even elites. I mean, this guy's really strong. He's got over 30 million armor, right? But you can hit many of these elites and like not have to hit them again and they'll bleed out.
Heavy ammunition.
And so that's the deal. I mean, it's all about this backpack is what it's about. So it's the creeping simple formula, right? Skill damage, status effects everywhere. Don't even worry about your other skill. Not necessary. Don't worry about overcharge either, right? It's about that's really strong bleed. I mean, I found. So glass cannon is almost a must. It's not a must, but I mean, it is recommended by everybody on the explosive builds. Okay, so you can see on the turret builds, you can see glass cannon on almost everyone. You don't have to, but it's just like, it's best in slot on the artillery turret. And mostly it's because the artillery turret holds you down, right? Yeah, you're basically a warship. I like that. That's a good analogy. Because you just can't get out there and move because you're so focused on shooting. And then you can, if you're running around a lot, you could accidentally blow yourself up. You know what I mean? So with the artillery turret, it's very strong and it's got a big damage range on it. So you can blow yourself up. So anyways, glass cannon is just like I mean, you don't have to run it. You can run kinetic momentum, but you're already a 6 skill tier build. I mean, you know, not running glass cannon, in my opinion, isn't really going to add much life to you. You know what I mean? I know it's popular opinion that glass cannon is, you know, a difficult thing and to run or whatever, however you look at it, but the reality is that glass cannon or not, a 6 skill tier build is pretty darn weak. And so glass cannon isn't really taking anything away from that or adding to it, I should say. But I think that it actually brings more survivability to these types of builds because you're so much stronger, you know? So even if I wasn't running glass cannon, I mean, what kind of armor regen do I have on this build? You know what I mean? What kind of armor on kill do I have in this build? Minimum, right? 10% armor on kill. So it's like, the reality is, don't get out of cover, hide, use your turret, blow everybody up, tick them to death. Whether you had ticks or not, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Whether you're running infinite seeker mines or not, doesn't matter. With an all 6 skill tier build with no armor on kill, regen, or bonus armor, your job needs to be to hide as much as possible and let your skills do the work. That's your job. You know, so. Yeah, Dark, then you're like me too, yeah. Yeah. What up, War Chief? And so you're like me, Dark, yeah. Like, I have a hard time with that because I want to move a lot, and so it's hard for me to sit still there. And I like to use my guns a lot, and this build is minimum gun. Now, you might have said that about the last one we run with Memento too, but it's because I'm using my skills, my sticky bomb like a gun. It kind of feels like you're so busy. you know. And it's when you're busy too, but you're busy aiming and hitting the button once and then waiting for it to land, and you stare at the guy for a while and be like, does he need another one? Or is he gonna bleed out? He's gonna bleed out. I'm good to move on. You know what I mean? And so you spend a lot of time really watching your back, making sure you're watching your flanks, making sure, because if somebody comes up behind you, you're screwed, right? It's always like that with the explosive builds. Somebody comes up behind you, you're just screwed. And so that's why the Scorpio is your savior here. So if somebody comes up behind you, you need to remember you got the Scorpio. But annoying things like how this fight started out, you know, it's just like, that's what makes explosive builds like this not fun for me in the open world. In missions, it's very predictable, so you can avoid a lot of this. But I'm right here. I had a turret up there with no man. He's not manned. His man is running around somewhere, and it's shooting at me through the grate of the fence, right? And I'm in cover, taking damage. And then I got a whole two different squads of guys coming up from behind me, shooting me in the back. So there's nowhere to run, right? Like I come over here, they're gonna start coming up the stairs, and then I come over here, they're gonna shoot me from there. It's just like, oh, it's so annoying. I had guys coming up from up here, and it's just like, you don't have a lot of defense to that. The only thing you have are the stingers, right? But even the stingers, the rushers kept going. They're getting stung, and he kept coming at me. You know, even though he's getting stung, I'm like, oh, this is so annoying. All right, let me shoot him. You know what I mean? Okay, there went all my armor. And so now I got to use another armor kit. And, you know, we used all our armor kits, basically, in that fight, right? We used at least 3 of them. And so, but that's the reality. If you're going to run an explosive build, just be prepared for that kind of crap. Be prepared for that kind of crap. And so I think I personally think they play better in group builds, but a lot of people play this build solo. A lot of people play this build solo, but I think they do better in group builds. And it's a very good legendary build. It actually makes legendary easier, you know, except for tech and tanks. You do damage them, you do bleed them, you do debuff them. But I feel like you got to use like 2 mortar turret, full ammo mags or whatever you call it, payload thingies, you know, to take out a chunga. And it's just like, yeah, no, I would have done better just the assault rifle. So no, the exotic, good question. The exotic chest requires weapon damage, so shooting enemies, specifically shooting. So it requires bullets from guns, basically. However, you still get the regen from the skills, but you can't trigger the bleed from the skill. But the bridge, as long as somebody's bleeding in 15 meters and you're wearing this chest, you're gonna heal, whether it's your bleed or somebody else's bleed, whether somebody else triggered the bleed or not. You know, so you can wear this just for heals, but you don't want anybody in 15 meters. And the thing is like, if you use the hive, you can. Like if you use the hive and you're running like a DPS build, and lots of people do this, right? This is PvP right here. You drop your hive and then you go, so yeah, like if you ran the Ridge's Pride chest on a healer build, and then like that's a really good thing to do here in PvP. So you can get your target, you know, that's coming in your face that can bleed, and instead of this being bleed here, you want that to be a healer hive, and then run the capacitor. That's a really good PvP build. Okay, so if you caught what I said, and so run the capacitor, 6 skill tiers or 5 skill tiers or some combination, 5 skill tiers probably, maybe 4, and then run a healer hive, and then you're not gonna need that. You're gonna want the chest piece, so like that. This is a really good PvP build. Anyways, I gotta pick this up, but you basically turn this into a healer hive. This one here. I mean, they're gonna have a really hard time killing you. And then I don't have the capacitor right now, but just pretend that's the capacitor, right? And so you drop your healer hive, okay, and then you pull out your capacitor, and your capacitor is gonna get powered up from the skill tiers, and it's got really high damage to armor on your capacitor, and then which is gonna help your bleed come out stronger from your chest piece, right? So damage to armor buffs bleed. And then you're gonna get armor regen from the bleed. So you got armor regen and you got skills. and then the skill heals, and then you're also slowing down the enemy's movements with the bleed too. So you're not only healing, you're debuffing him, and then you can put Wicked on your backpack or whatever you want. And so some people run Unbreakable on their chest instead. You could do that too. Or you could do the bleed thing. So yeah, I've been actually meaning to make a version of that build for you Players Club folks. Okay, so that's that build, and sorry I changed it. But run it however you want. So I'll just go ahead and show you guys another way to run it in case you don't want to do this exact method. Well, it's basically the same. So what you would do is take off the vial, put on Wyvern, and then you put Hannah, let's actually go ahead and fast travel back. I'll show you when we get back, because I gotta change to the next build anyways. We're gonna go to the next build. Yeah, that's right, Jim Jackson. That's why we're running the mop. We're running the mop on every one of these builds because it's not just the mop. It's not just the mop. Any armor on kill on your build will get triggered by certain skills, usually status effect damage skills. Okay, that's usually the combo. But the traps do it, the electric traps, the explosive traps, the mortar, and the seekers. Of course the seekers, but the bleed from the seekers also gets you that armor on kill. So if because it's considered skill damage. So if you damage an enemy with status effects, if you damage an enemy with a skill that applies status effects and they die from the status effects or the skill itself, you get the armor on kill. And so you don't even have to shoot. You don't even need the mop. You can run Gunner and get the armor on kill. You can run Bellstone and get the armor on kill. But the mop is great. You just got to hold it in your hand. Right? And so it works the same way as this SRS-A1. So if I was running this gun in my hand, okay, and not shooting anybody, the bleed would be buffed by 6% damage to armor, whether I shot anybody or not. So there's some passive characteristics on some of these things, I know. And that's why there's no book that's written about the Division 2, because it's all so confusing. All so confusing. So I was just going to show you one variation of this build real quick. I'm not going to run it out in the open world, but it's more of a standard setup. Okay, but it's basically the same thing, and I'll just leave it up to you to figure out which one you want to run. But I think the one I ran would be the one I recommend. There's no difference in survivability. So you'd be basically running China on your chest with glass cannon. So this is what everybody runs on these builds, okay? Still with glass cannon, and then instead of China on your back, I mean, a lot of people run Hannah U back here. I mean, which is the same thing as this China Light, but instead of creeping death, they run tech support. So you go tech support. So more boom, less bleed, if that makes sense. But you're gonna end up using more ammo this way to get the same amount of kills. So, because the bleed doesn't require accuracy, your explosions do. And so the creeping death would spread that bleed, right? And so you're debuffing the enemies. And so over the course of the 50 enemies, you would have used less ammo. Either way, you're debuffing the enemy with the other one. So, and so you can still run status effects or skill haste. It doesn't matter which one you choose, just up to the way you want to go. And of course, we put skill haste mods, but this is a more standard setup. Some people do 3-piece Empress here, so you can put Empress, Empress, and then Empress. But I like this one better. But the 3-piece Empress is a little bit stronger. So I like this one better because I'm playing into the status effects. But Empress does give you skill efficiency, 10% skill efficiency, which also includes status effects. So that is a good thing. That's like running a goal in. But I'm a long ways away from that version. It's a pretty typical version to run, actually. It's a classic one. But I'm a long ways away from running it because I tend to go the status effects with creeping death, and it's really the mask. So if you run the Vile Mask, you can't run 3-piece Empress. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so if you run the Vile Mask, you lose 3-piece Empress because you have to run 2-piece Golan, and you have to run 1-piece China. So you would only be running 2-piece Empress, and it's really not worth running 2-piece Empress. That's like running 1 piece of Wyvern. It's equivalent. So this mask changes the whole build. I feel like you gotta run this mask on this one. Okay, I'll leave that to you guys. So that's that build. Let's move on to the next. Let's try a tip of a spear explosion one. What do you guys think? I think I brought in a tip of spear backpack. No, I didn't. But we have been saving these tip of spear skill damage pieces. We'll do that. I don't have a full set of skill damage, but I think I'm gonna try the backpack and chest. What do you guys think? Let's keep the mask. So I've never really done this with an explosion one. So I usually use the sniper, of course. So we'll see how it goes. So the chest piece gives you increased aggressive recon weapon damage bonus. So for 2040, okay. So that's good. So that's gonna be 40% total weapon damage. So let's try that. And then I want to try to run. I mean, I'm thinking the backpack. I guess I gotta go get it. I thought I brought it over. Let's see here again, just in case. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Cool. It says headshot damage. We'll just roll with it. Cool. So there's a 4-piece, and then this should be probably China. 1 piece of China. Really simple formula. And it's a good day to farm this build because tip of spear is out there. So this is all going to be booms. And so there's tip of spear. And so the backpack gives you more ammo and more damage. Okay, so, but we're not really going to be using weapon damage on this one. So what are we going to use here for mods? I don't know what I want to use for mods on this. I mean, actually, I guess we could do. We got skill tier, so we might as well use the stingers, right? And then because this counts as explosive damage, so we can use that to keep people off our butts. And then I really don't want to use that. Let's use the sticky. This would actually be a good. You can run tardigrade with this to get your bonus armor back. Tardigrade. You could also run explosive delivery with this. That could be fun, actually. Let me see if I have that chest with me. Explosive delivery is pretty cool if you haven't run that. Just to mix it up. I feel like that's probably it. that one. Must be that one. It's fine. And then we'll run. I don't got a great tip of spear glove, but we'll take it. And then we'll put skill haste everywhere then. Exen. Yeah, I don't use the Scorpio tube. I don't use it at all, actually. When I do use it, it's for the status effects and not the damage. Like to trigger a Vile Mask or something like that. But I agree, it kind of got boring pretty quickly, that weapon for me. It's effective, though. A lot of people use it. I'm not sure what you mean by mechanical proof of concept. So proof of concept for weapon buff attributes, like in real life? Yeah, dear buds. Yep, I know what you mean. So, okay, so let me walk us through this build in 1 second here. Okay, so this is a new build based on basically the specialization weapon. So if you're not familiar with tip of spear, so you get 10% more signature weapon damage, and aggressive recon. So dealing damage with the signature weapon increases total weapon damage by 20%. You got 60 seconds, so you got to use it at least once a minute. Automatically generates signature weapon ammo for 60 seconds, or every 60 seconds, sorry. And so signature moves, increases signature weapon damage by 20%. So that's really nice, doubles that, right? And doubles the amount of signature weapon ammo generated by aggressive recon. So you're gonna get more of that. Now, the reason why we wanna run this build with the Hollywood event is because it's dropping specialization ammo also. So the idea is to never run out of specialization ammo and to almost use this like a full-time primary weapon, almost, okay? And so I got skill tier, headshot damage, and skill haste. And then we got signature weapon, weapon damage, aggressive recon, skill tier, headshot damage, just because I don't have skill damage there. I got skill tier and skill damage. I got signature weapon, I'm sorry, I got on the holster, skill tier and skill damage. And then on the chest, I'm running a China Light for more explosive damage. They got skill damage and skill haste and explosive delivery. So whenever you throw a skill, 1.5 seconds after landing, it creates an explosion, damaging enemies within 5 meters. And then that scales with the amount of your concussion grenade, kind of like the mask vial. You're gonna like that. And then I'm running the vial for the ticks, for the bleed, right? So, and this thing is hitting at 3.2 million. We're gonna have 6 rounds with a 5 meter blast radius. Our concussion grenade is 1.75, so a little short of max, which is at 1.9. And then the vial is gonna apply that debuff for over 10 seconds, and that's also based off of 50% of that concussion grenade. For skills, because we're using explosive delivery, we're gonna run the stinger. Actually, instead of this sticky, I'm gonna run the bleed. I decided. So there we go. And that's why we're running the skills tiers. We're running it for these, obviously. And so this is not considered a skill. And so the only way to really buff this is explosive damage. And of course, the phrases like specialization damage. And amp damage. And total weapon damage. Yeah, so each specialization weapon is a little bit different, but this one is, they all get their damage off of the terminology specialization weapon damage, like Tip of Spear has. Each specialization skill tree specifically has language in it that buffs the specialization weapon using the same terminology. And then on this one, it's explosion damage. On the TAC 50 sniper, it's weapon damage and the headshot damage. And the other ones are the grenade launcher one, the rocket launcher one is explosions also. And then fire is not skill damage, you gotta remember that, but burn damage specifically, which firewall gives you. Weapon damage on that one, isn't it, guys? Isn't that one a weapon damage also? And then burn duration, and then status effects only for the after effect when they're caught on fire, not for the initial damage, which is kind of weird. I know it's weird. Okay, so this is an experimental build. I've never run this, so let's see if we like it. So we should be getting lots of ammo, and then I'm going to show you this dealio here that give me over. Woo. See the ammo that keeps dropping? And then we got this bad boy. Watch this. So this is explosive delivery. See the white circle? That's explosive delivery. So you got double explosions there, right? Pretty cool, actually. Who's that? I didn't see that. See what I was saying though? That's without glass cannon, right? It's like the same. Glass cannon or not, 6 skill tiers, you're pretty squishy. Let's say that again. This control point's kind of annoying for explosive builds because they flank you pretty easy on this one. Where like some of they all have people coming in the back door nowadays, which is annoying, but like the choke, for example, is a little bit easier to handle because, or not the, yeah, the choke, because there's only 2 entrances. So you can guard yourself a little bit better. Anyways, let's get up there. So I think with this one, I'm guessing the strategy would be to probably play nice and tight with the enemy. So let's sneak our way in there because we got the stingers, and so you don't want to throw your stingers really far out there. You want to keep your tosses kind of short and close. So you can't kill yourself from the stingers. Not funny. And make sure you have your shotgun in your hand.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The fuck was that?
Detected heavy ammunition.
Pretty cool, actually. Has anybody run an explosion one? I haven't really tried the Herbano backpack. Frozen toast? Who eats frozen toast? So remember those stingers are considered explosive damage. Look at all that special ammo. You see what I'm saying? That's pretty cool. So I haven't actually really run one of these in the past. But I also wanted to try the sniper version too, because attack 50 is going to do the same thing. It's going to de-shield them. And so I think you can de-shield them and kill them. Where are these folios?
Detected. Heavy munitions.
You could run Ridge's Pride with this one for sure. That could be a good source of heals actually. But downside is you're killing them too fast, so you're not going to get much bleed out of them as usual. It's always a problem with Ridge's Pride. It's like you're killing your source of heals. Oh, come on.
Agent out of action.
We had that.
Protected hostile restored.
We need to destroy it.
You think the card? The thing is, like, you know... Yeah, the card could be cool, too. I could see that. Put the armor core on because of that. The card with probably preservation, huh? But explosive delivery is cool with this. I'm liking that little combo. I run explosive delivery every Hollywood event, but I've never done it with the tip of spear set. And so you don't need a... God damn it. It's annoying. It's like 3 bullets. You don't need like a bunch of skill haste or even skill damage. Really, I mean, you do a little bit, but it's all based off of just one. You only need 1 tick on your hive for it to work. Try to get this guy. I mean, we could run the Memento, get rid of the explosive damage. I wouldn't mind that actually, because then at least we grab the armor regen. Let's try that. We'd lose that though. But we're killing them too fast for them to tick to death anyway. So let's, you know what I'm saying, right? You see that? Okay, so we're gonna move it. This version of the build. I think this would be smarter. We need the regen, and we're not using the vial. Not as much as we think we are. We're killing them too hard.
Immediate medical assistance.
Come on, dude, get off me. Please don't punch me. God damn it. Where's my backup, right? Why weren't they taking care of that guy? Yeah. I believe it does. I believe traps work. And decoys. Let me put on the decoy. I believe the decoy works. But I'll try the trap first. So we got explosives. See the white circle? It's actually a big white circle. I didn't expect it to be that white, that big. I guess a good chance to use the traps. I don't use the traps a lot. Mostly because they get stuck and then the enemies avoid them. I think I just fucking... It's dumb how they can escape your, So I could see the change in damage on the specialization weapon. See those traps just in there and nobody wants to walk into them. Really, dude, get off. So yeah, they were basically an unused skill. Great for small spaces or holding it down in a zone. We could also try Ridgeway's Pride, if we think that'll help. Bellstone with explosive delivery could help too. Because we don't necessarily need trophies, but we need our heals. Same but different. This guy's still alive, really? Get out of here, dude. Yeah, it's hard kind of letting go of the backpack, to be honest with you. I'm thinking about it, and like, I mean, we need the regen and stuff, so, but at the same time, the backpack is giving you that double damage and double ammo. That's really nice to have. So I kind of feel like putting on the backpack again. I mean, I guess the idea would be to definitely make sure we're getting like the most out of our specialization weapon. So if we keep that as our goal, then it would definitely say we just need to find our way for it to heal, right? Everything else is golden. So we could try Ridgeway's Pride. There's also the tardigrade for the basically bonus armor. But it only really kicks in when your armor cracks. Okay, so we're gonna lab this one up because this is a new build and I would love to get this good. I will try it with the sniper eventually too. Because you know me. So, because if you have enough ammo to just go around one-shotting all these fools with your TAC 50, chain killing, I mean, somehow you'd have to move a lot to do it, but it's possible. So I like the regen though, but we could just put on preservation on our gun instead. And the problem is that when you switch into your grenade launcher, you don't got that going on, and you are using it a lot.
Hostile restored protection.
And we'd be using them more if we had the backpack. So I'm gonna switch the backpack. We could also go ninja bike with this somehow. But this backpack is too valuable. You know what I mean? Increase signature weapon damage 2x, and then pick up double the ammo. That's just way too good. So how else would we get our heals here, you think? Maybe we could try this, I guess. Bleed it in, I guess, and then try to put back on the explosion damage is what we'd want there. See if we can get that to work. I'm gonna go skill haste here. Yeah, the restore hive. It's not a bad idea. But now, yeah, so but we got rid of that anyways. But good point. We could just do the fucking, yeah, that's a good point. Just get a real strong healer going. Even if it only throws one tick at you. Because this grenade launcher doesn't do any bleed, so that's the downside about it. Maybe that is a smarter way to go. Depends on how much special ammo we got, because we don't want, what we don't want to do is use our primary weapon, because it's not going to be worth shit. You know what I mean? I mean, we could fold all in the weapon damage, and we could go that route too. I like your idea, though. You got a good point. But let's just go give this a try, because that's the problem. So the only problem is if we lose the stingers, then we'd be like, you know, if we're not using our grenade launcher, what weapon are we going to use? You know, we don't want to use a weapon at all. I mean, not even the Scorpio. Even though the Scorpio will do the trick, it would just be kind of lame. We'd be like, let me Scorpio you to death without weapon damage. I mean, we have weapon damage, of course. This set's actually giving you weapon damage, you know. So... And then the chest is, which is also interesting. See, increases aggressive weapon damage bonus from 20 to 40. That's 40% weapon damage. That's huge. You know, that's total weapon damage. That's a big amount of damage right there. So, Ridger's Pride, I wonder if it's going to work. It's too far. You know, like our explosions are too far from us. So if we did that, we could also do 2-piece Brazos instead of, and give it to the China. That's a hard loss though. What heals this? Oh, we have the vial mask. If we ran a shield, you can only do that with the flamethrower though, huh? That would be cool though if you could do a shield with your grenade launcher. Use the shield to drop vial heals. I don't have it though with me right now. Catharsis. It's good. You're right. It's only good. Really, our only source is through the skill. Unless we ran like a Bellstone, got a little bit of armor regen down here. If we were using the sniper, though, we'd be one-shot killing, so it wouldn't be as much of an issue. Except for you'd have to get out to go grab your ammo, but... Yeah, I want to get this one right first. Because who doesn't want to blow things up with a little grenade? That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, so let's try it with the healer hive then. Let's see if that's gonna work, because we strengthened our weapon. So healer hive. Okay. That is cool. I mean, you could use the capacitor as a full-time weapon on this one. I just don't have it with me right now. Okay, and so now we just need to figure out one less other piece, which I feel like is only the vial mask. But there's not as many ticks as we think we got going on out there. So that's sort of why I feel like we're not using that. So the only other thing is really the double Gruppo, and we don't have space for it. Alps, I guess. It's kind of a crappy Alps. R and K. PTSU gloves. Good point. Good point. The BTSUs. Yeah. Let's see if I have those right now. That'd be good. Actually, you're right, because then we could crush that thing. That'd make a lot of sense. Good call. And then that would put China on the other one. That's beautiful. Good job. Thanks, Durbuds. Durbuds. Brain was stuck. I just don't think of the BTSU gloves very much. I don't use them. You know, just don't use them. You could also use, if you're doing the damage, we could have used the waveform too. And then we got the fire one, which isn't going to help that much. So I think that's right on. BTSUs. I never use these, so yay. Okay, and then where do I have my China light? I think I have a China there. Down here. Let's just pick one up. Yeah. See if I got a better one somewhere else. Hey, actually, the other one would be the Emperor's Guard for the passive regen. We don't got a lot of armor, so it's not the best, but it's something. Ooh, you know what would be good? Is the, I got 511s too. Tempered, that'd be a nice one right there. Yeah, let's get those. That's a really good option. The hat probably smalls. Did you earn it and you just can't claim it? Because the hat was only a day one thing, but everything else you should be able to get, including the shirt. But no, I didn't have any issues. It kind of came straight through. There's a little bit of a delay. It takes like 5-10 minutes, but it's pretty quick. Yeah, I like both. I like the passive. I think I like the passive armor and kill better because I see myself using the grenade launcher, but the BTSUs are smart. I'm just not a big overcharge guy. And so I like the gloves because I'd still get the gloves, you know, when I'm running around.
Safe area entered.
Still get the damage off those gloves when I'm running around, you know, like, or armor on kill off the gloves. If I'm using the grenade launcher. Because the problem is that this is what I think what one of the problems is that when I'm using, basically the grenade launcher, then I'm not getting the armor on kill from the shotgun. That's the problem. Because the shotgun's got to be in hand. Well, they do consider it in hand, don't they? When you switch to your specialization weapon, don't they consider your weapon in hand? I think they do, actually. We gotta check that when we get back. So we got these bellstones too, so we can use these. Get Uzinas. There's the Murakamis with repairs. It's also helpful. Decide to go that route. Another bellstone. We've done this in the past. It's been a while, but we've also made like a slaughter version out of this concept. Explosive slaughter build. Mencia, what's up? Yeah, the drops command isn't working, guys. Paper bus. I don't know why. It's been like that all week. They've been kicking in pretty reliable, though. Yeah, I'm with you, Rich. I think it looks pretty interesting. I mean, the 70 round mag and the handling on it alone makes it more interesting. The reason why is because I think what the shock is doing most is improving your shots on target. Obviously. Or not obviously. But if you put it all together, and that's their idea. Their idea is like, okay, we're gonna make you get 100 stacks, but the shock ammo will help you get it, right? You get to hold them still, stack on them. And I think that's right. Even if, and I noticed in Legendary, it doesn't hold them very long, right? It's like a split second, but it's long enough to get a few more shots on them and actually kill them before they move again. And so it really wasn't holding them for very long. And so, but it was just long enough to get a couple extra clean shots on them. And I think that's what we want to see out of that gun. So it's not going to be like this OP status effect, but I think in the end, it's just going to improve your shots on target, making those rounds really valuable. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it for that reason. I saw that Legendary, it's seems to be okay for that. Not sure which one we want of these. I guess skill damage. All right, and then we got our China down here. And now we're good. I guess we can keep this at a 5 skill and then just throw this back to its damage, because this is what's keeping people out of our face, basically. So it's a good idea to do that. But that was a great idea also to put it into healing. We might go back to that, see how this rolls. So 3.2 million, right? Let's look at the exact stats. 3.235. Oh, we need money. Oops. $3.235. So we took off weapon damage and it didn't change the value of the grenade launcher, so it doesn't take any weapon damage. So you're better just with explosive damage and then signature weapon damage. So unless you really plan on using your weapons a lot, which I'm not. And so now we got 20% armor on kill when we're using our skills, and then when we're using the grenade launcher, we get the 10% armor on kill. But our grenade launcher just got a lot stronger. Now we get 40% total weapon damage instead of 20, so we doubled that. And then we doubled the ammo and the power of our grenade launcher. Let's go use it. Actually, let's go over here because I'm really looking for more tip of spear. I know, Dur. I ran out of credits a long time ago. Long time ago. I've been like a year without credits, maybe longer, maybe a year and a half. Maybe like since like season 7 or something like that. Way back when. I spent all my credits, and that's crazy, right? Because if you guys look at your credits, you probably have billions, or you know, millions upon millions upon millions, whatever the cap is. There, I'm not even sure there is a cap actually. So you got to activate this to get your total weapon damage. You're not really using your total weapon damage though, because that requires you to use your weapon.
Reinforcements incoming. Hostile protection restored.
Get out of here. Look at that guy wailing on me from a mile away. Screw you, dude. God. Pinpoint fucking accuracy, too. That's so annoying. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, do you know what the cap is? Is it $1 billion? Yeah, dead. All right, let's try that again.
Reinforcements in place.
So we definitely want to make sure we use our specialization ammo because it's generating and it's dropping. So you want to use that at a pretty good rate. We just don't have the survivability to play out of cover because we need some sort of line of defense to do that. Besides with just simple armor on kill.
Heavy munitions.
So we just picked up a bunch of ammo there. Fucking dicks. I can't see shit. God. Their accuracy is just insane.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
So yeah, that's our problem. The problem is that we got armor on kill and we can't use all of it. You know, so I think yeah, that. I'm getting wailed on. I don't know about what.
Protected hostile restored.
A turret started wailing on me. Shit, might as well run glass cannon.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Come all the way over here to kill you, huh?
Heavy ammunition detected.
They won't see us coming this way.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
God damn, you seen that? His placement? Impossible, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? How's this guy still alive?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Ammo.
Protection restored.
Taking forever for my ammo, dude. You die.
Serious trauma detected. Detected. Heavy ammunition. Immediate medical assistance needed.
It's kind of an interesting little dilemma that this thing puts you in. Like, my impressions are like, you know, it's all right. I'm not really impressed, though. Because I kind of see what happens. It's that the reality is for this build, for the explosion specifically, tip of spear, the best in slot on the build is going to be your chest and your backpack on tip of spear itself to make that grenade launcher worth a damn, even with the Hollywood event. And so you're also taking away your best other pieces to run with tip of spear, right? Like if you decide you want to run glass cannon for more damage or whatever else, you know, tardigrade, you know, for heals, then you're taking away one of the best pieces for the grenade launcher, because that's aggressive recon damage, total weapon damage. which is gonna actually help that damage, signature weapon damage when it's applied. And so, and then if you wanted to go the heals route, right? It's just like, then you have to take out, then you end up making that grenade launcher weaker, and it's sort of like, why am I doing this? You know what I mean? If my grenade launcher is kind of like too weak, it's barely doing the job now. I mean, I got to get like 2-3 solid hits on an elite, and there's so many of them. And I'm luckily I have that extra ammo coming my way. And so I'm doing all this, and you know, really at the sacrifice, so 3 grenades on that guy, yeah. At the sacrifice of all my survivability to just so that I can hit a guy with 3 grenades and then run out. You know what I mean? Like, and then, I mean, of course I can go pick some up, and it, you know, it's not the worst I've ever seen when it comes to ammo. It's not, it's decent, but the other, what do you take away so much from your other 1-2 punches? I mean, I guess you could use an artillery turret with this, but that wouldn't really be worth it either, right? Because with an artillery turret, you'd want to run glass cannon and 2 pieces of Grupo and all the other things. So it's sort of like you're doing this to power up your grenade launcher, and I've always kind of felt like the grenade launcher just doesn't quite get there. Never has. I don't think it ever will. You know? It's the same thing. I see, actually, I have a problem with all the specialization weapons except for the TAC-50 and the crossbow. See, the crossbow's got a very specific purpose outside of special events, and that's basically to break armor plates, or you know, like chunga chest plates and stuff like that. And so it's very really effective at that. And so I feel like, you know, it's not the easiest weapon to use, but it does a really good job at something. And at TAC-50, you can clear whole content with it, right? Like you're one-shotting everything with it. So yeah, I think it's ultimately the best of all the specialization weapons. I mean, you do have the rockets, the technician rockets are not bad. The minigun requires you to get out of cover to use it, and that could get you killed, so I don't like that. And so it's not really the build, really, it's the rocket launcher that we got a problem with here. There's just nothing we can do without making it us even squishier than we already are to make that grenade launcher worth it. But in order for it to be worth it, we basically want to kill them with 1 hit because of the amount of enemies that we face. So in order to do that, we're gonna have to start loading up like glass cannon and stuff like that, you know? I mean, you don't have to get out of cover with this thing, you know, because it's got some range to it.
Agent killed.
It definitely has some range to it, so you could just stay in cover a bit and then use an artillery turret. But like I said, if you're gonna do that, you might as well do a double Grupo build, because that's also gonna make a stronger signature weapon. Yeah, so I don't know. I just don't think the grenade rolling all into the grenade launchers is really gonna 999999999 cap, huh? Something like that. See, 3. This is a 3, 6. So 99 million. Gotcha. Yeah, so yeah, the grenade launcher is just not really, I don't know, not really worth it. They keep giving me the profit, huh? Trying to tell me something. Ooh, that's beautiful. Keep that one. Okay, so I'm gonna shift it a little bit here. So I'm gonna still play into the specialization ammo, but I'm gonna take the explosion. I wanna see if we can still chain kill them. So I'm gonna go through and bypass the event. So that's my goal with this one, okay? We're gonna try to bypass the event by one shot killing everybody and then getting a bunch of ammo, because it keeps dropping ammo for us. And see if we could just avoid the whole explosion thing altogether. So I think the backpack is great to run, so we're gonna keep that. I would normally run the Memento. Now Headhunter is probably gonna be one that we want to run, so I'm gonna do that. And then might not need the Walker chest, so we'd probably run Tip of Spear gloves. That's fine, we'll run those. And then we could still keep these, that's fine. I don't know if I'm gonna run both of those exactly, but maybe we go to make sure. I want to make sure we got enough damage to break down their shields. So I'm gonna go like, let's do that one, and then we're gonna do the Brazo, double Brazo setup, like that. And that gives us 6 skill tiers because of the gun. Just get rid of the gun. And now we got 5 skill tiers, so I can fix that. But something like that, I think would be cool. And this should work. And then we can start running and gunning. Let's try the damage to armor version. And then as a backup, we'll use the Nemesis, mostly for bosses. And let's see if we can get this to work. Let's take off the skill haste. We're not going to need that. So for now, we'll put on headshot damage until we determine what our damage is going to be against these crazy enemies. And then we'll put on protection from elites. And I actually might put on preservation, actually, on this one. Because we're not running the Memento. But if we decide to run the Memento, then we can. But I'm going to try to use the TAC 50 a lot. A lot. So, let me run 2. Actually, I'll run with... So I'll put this one on, and then I'll put preservation so that way I don't have to come back to change. I've actually been excited to test this to see if this would work. I actually determined I'm better off with the stability here. I'm happier with the smaller round mag here on this weapon in the end. 7 instead of 12. Because I just reload too often. I reload a lot. So, I'm cool with this, actually. We don't need all 6 skill tiers. 5 is cool. So what's secondary skill? I mean, if we use the attack drone, they'll be invisible. We'll be invisible, and just use this for the explosions. Traps. We could use traps to hold down zones. Let's try that. Protect our flank with that. And then we could use The TDI card, for some reason we need that extra skill tier. All right. Worse GE. Do you think this one's worse than Polarity Switch? Polarity Switch is pretty bad. I mean, we enjoyed it because we bypassed it, but it's pretty bad because no matter what you do, you're constantly changing colors, and that sucks because you're like, you can't plan for anything. What's going on, Dockers Gaming? Thought I saw you in here earlier this morning. So like you can't, like if you reload, it changes colors. If you switch weapons, it changes colors. If you know, it's really annoying to enemies. You can't, you might think you got the kill and then you accidentally reload and you're like, God damn it, I used the wrong color.
Control point nearby.
So if we have so much ammo that we can, so the reality is that we're probably gonna have a lot of ammo. Let me tell you why. Okay, so I might be able to put on the Memento backpack, which will be great. And the reason why is because our experience, even without the event with Tip of Spear, is that we got more ammo than we can use, and that's because as long as you're chain killing, you're earning two slots on your ammo regen meter for your specialization ammo every headshot kill. Except for headshot kills you get with your TAC 50. So that's the catch that we're playing into. So if you get a headshot kill with your TAC 50, it doesn't count towards your progress of earning TAC 50 ammo. It's got to be one of your other weapons. So if we end up using the TAC 50 so much that we're not generating more ammo from progress, then maybe we keep it as it is. But if we are able to switch out, and we'll determine that, then that would be the biggest win. Then we can put on the Memento. Okay, so I guess, actually, no, I'm gonna go back.
Detected heavy ammunition.
So it does take off groups if they're close enough, okay? Got it, now we activated. Oh, come on, phone, fuck you. God, they throwing everything at me, man. Give me that. Thank God for those traps now, huh? On my other flank. So let's see if we can get through their shields. Almost. There's a negative damage number there. That's interesting. If they hit the field, though, we can.
Reinforcements en route.
Right? So he hit the field. Yep. So the field is doing good for something. Let's try this again.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Fucking dick.
Medical assistance needed.
I'm not sure if we killed him before the shielding took off. Yeah, we can. We're bypassing shields. You seen this? You see that? All right. I'm not ready to determine, but you know that's where I'm going.
Detected.
And then you run this skill right next to you to protect you. So I'm running preservation right now, but let's switch. Because now that I know, we might be able to put on the Memento and pick up some heals.
Detected heavy
And skill efficiency, technically. This would be great for our stingers and traps.
hostile protection restored.
And then we could run the Nemesis. Okay, so grab my thing. I can just continue to test just a little bit longer and see if it's confirmed that we're bypassing. You gotta earn your headhunter, I'm sure, first.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
It's definitely decreased damage. I can see the nerf on the shot, but it works. But we need a different color. Oops, forgot.
Additional hostile contacts.
That needed to be a headshot. But we need a different color. We need an elite.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Actually, the truth is, if we do this right, we'd be using our TAC 50 a lot anyways. And we could use our the other weapon as a nemesis. Should be hitting in like 60 million.
Munition. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So now we're gonna switch over. It's gonna be dangerous. You see the negative number in front of the damage? So we didn't have enough unless I timed out. So that again. Yeah, so not enough quite there. But that's a weaker weapon. Let's put on the White Death. Let's throw a scope on it.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Elite. Ooh, close. No cigar, but we're running all skill tiers and armor. So I think I can fix that. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get that high enough.
Eat this.
Yeah, we're about 1 million off. So if I drop the armor for red cores or something like that, I think we can.
Detected.
Shit, we just one-shotted him. Is it because he was close enough? I mean, maybe if I go point blank? You know what I mean? He was almost full. No? Yeah, we were pretty close. Didn't work point blank. I think it's just attack 50 does it and the other ones don't. So we need to add more damage. We can do that. Because that's 10.5, so it's doing enough for an attack 50. So we just need to add more red cores, which will also make the attack 50 stronger. And then I think we can bypass the event. You know what I mean? We could do that right now too. Just give me a second to clear this rusher. As soon as he stops gliding across the fucking. Okay, hold on. Let's put the walker on here. The red core. That one. And then that one's okay. See if I got one tips with red. No. Oh, we rolled already. Well, let's see what we're doing now.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Now we are. Haha, that was an elite, non-crit. Oh, close right there though. I don't know why that one was different. 11.4, so we went up.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Okay, 8.8 on crit on that one. It's weird. I don't know why that one worked and this one didn't. So we need more damage, but we're closer. It's working.
Protected hostile restored. Hostile protection.
Jesus, dude. I mean, we got a lot of specialization ammo. The 30% from the Memento might definitely do the change. The way we might play that would work is we could use the TAC 50 ammo on elites and then use regular ammo on non-elites. Not that many non-elites though.
Sweet kid.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Ooh, that was close, huh? Yeah, let me kill it because I need to change it.
Agent vital signs 0.
Yeah, Heartbreaker's great, Gaming Magic. Heartbreaker's great. We just ran it the other day. Easy to farm, easy to use, and it works with everything. Even shotguns. It works with everything. SMGs. It doesn't work with like rifles very well though. There's that. Doesn't work with rifles or snipers too well. I wish it did. You can get Umbra to work with those weapons though because of the regen part. Let's try this one, actually. So I want to hold on to the backpack a little bit longer. So that puts it at 3-3 right there. Because I like the extra ammo part. But if we get it to chain kill capabilities, then we won't need it. The unrecorded game? You're talking about the one where they use the body cam? Is that the one you're thinking of? I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, it's a game. I know there's a lot of controversy around it, if that's what you mean. I'm thinking about taking the skill part out of it. But let's look at the GE things, because if what would be more beneficial, okay, is if we could turn on directives, and that's what this might be able to get us to do here. So, because the other builds are a little bit directive deprived. I mean, you can go with pistolero, you don't need much ammo, no mini map, special ammo fine. So you got melees, imminent, Rikers, complete any mission on hard, and then Damage shielded hostiles with thrown grenades, explosions, or EMPs. Okay, so we can do grenade tosses basically. So, and it's damage, not kill. So we don't need explosives anymore. Specialization weapon and an explosive skill. So we've completed all those. So we don't need explosives anymore. So we don't need skill damage is my point. So what I'm thinking is like, let's make it strong enough to just bypass the event, and leave it, and then allowing us to put on all directives. I'm still gonna keep this dealio on though, the backpack, until I decide no more. And then I'll put this one on. Put the red core. Yeah, it looks pretty real though. That's what the controversy is about though, right? You actually, if you're just gonna run the Picaros, I think you're better off just running the Habsburg here, right? Because it's basically gets you the same thing, 15%. Well, the problem with Habsburg is, yeah, it's headshot damage. Yeah, that's work. Headshot first, which is good for your attack 50. So like there, see, you get 50% headshot damage, and then down below you get 15% weapon damage. So it's sort of the same for your attack 50. And then you get headshot damage below, headshot damage, and then we could add weapon handling, so we'd win by running Habsburg. And then let's push off a couple of pieces. Yeah, we'll be playing more setup skill builds too, explosive builds, but we got a couple out today, 2 or 3. I'm probably gonna do more on the explosive delivery, so look forward to that. Because the other ones are just pretty straightforward. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen them, they're there, go for it. But I think if we do some things like explosive delivery, something that you've never seen there, that would be fun. We got Habsburg, cool. So I think this is a good looking build. Got weapon handling down there, headshot damage there. Just kind of working with the pieces I got. Of course, we're gonna run perfect headhunter, and we got weapon damage for the attack. So this is hitting at 2.8 right now, and I got 1.1 million armor. So let's see if we can make that work. Yeah, I think they did, Miker. I mean, I think the problem starts with that perfect. I think they need to rewrite the perfect talent, and that's what's holding up the non-perfect talent. They made the non-perfect talent act weird, and you're like, there's no logic to this. Why am I getting you know, punished for the consecutive headshots? It doesn't make any sense. Because if you think about it, it'd be like, just because I get 2 headshots doesn't mean I'm chain killing body shots. I'm chain killing headshots anyways. There's no added damage. There's no, you know, I'm just being punished for that. And you're like, the Prophet, the Relic, and their guaranteed crits. For consistency's sake, they made them both disengage. Dumb. For skills, we don't really need any of these this stage, so I'll definitely run the decoy. And we're gonna need a fixer otherwise. All right, let's see if we're doing it. We know we were doing it with the tack off of 1 shot. Yeah, 11.3.
Ammunition.
White Death on an elite is what we want. 9.7. Oh, we gotta take off one of those armor cores, or we could run an Araldi. That'll work. It's because we got over damage on the attack, under damage on the White Death. So if we put on an Araldi, that'll get us that threshold. I mean, now we're hitting it. See that? 10 million. Let's keep it going and see what happens when we lose our, God, it's right on the money. See what happens when we lose our tip stuff. Really? You can get me, huh? Worst angle ever. It's like he knows exactly where to walk, right? Timed out. God damn it. Of course it came from behind me. Jesus Christ. Every time. It's like every time. See you later, Docs. Good luck, man. Backfire Heartbreaker right on. Be sure to try that thing with the Umbra, by the way. Umbra Hasbro on the Backfire. That's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's my favorite Backfire right now. Took forever to get there. I've made a lot of Backfire builds. So this piece down here, if I move it to an Araldi or the chest piece, then that might be enough to push us. Or a Habsburg, actually. Actually, before we get out there, let me fix that. Problem is, my Habsburg will have armor. It's the best option, but it'll have armor, and so... Yeah, I've never seen the drone shouldn't be stealing it. I mean, it's possible, like in a rare situation, but the drone shouldn't be stealing it. Yeah, that sucks. A couple of minor tweaks, we should be good. So there's a Habsburg right there. Okay, let's look at my holsters, because if I get the Habs... Oh, there's an Araldi. That would work too. That's an easy move right there. So an Araldi, I think an Araldi and a Habsburg combo or Providence combo. Tip of Spear red. That's a weapon handling. Okay. I think we'll be able to add back an armor core, but let's get there first. I don't mind keeping it parked because the TAC 50 doesn't exactly allow you to run and gun too well. You're reborn. Diz, you're reborn. Okay, so we got 9 rounds. I think they give you +1 special ammo, don't they? Because I think we normally could only hold 8. So as long as we're hitting over 10, so 11-7, so that's good. Sure, somebody's gonna come from the backside again. You know how it is. There it is, 9972, right on the money.
Reinforcements incoming.
Jesus, dude. Timed out.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Yeah, this is gonna drop tons of ammo. I have a feeling. God, nobody to kill though. That looked like, oh, that was a blue arm. That was a blue shot. Yep.
Heavy ammunition.
So you know you don't hit their head when you get a different color than red or gold, because you can crit on the head too. But I look for red numbers. That's the numbers we want. God damn it. Fucking turret, get off me. Fuck. It really annoys me how accurate those turrets are. I mean, the range that they can do what they do, you know? Let's see about these guys are excellent marksmen. Look at that. What do we got back here? Oh my god. Gonna cover for the back again.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
30 million. 55 million. Still got a lot of ammo. So, I mean, you could do that. You could go in little runs. Oh, we didn't get the boss with that?
Restored protection.
Hitting that 50+ million.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Yeah, this works. So we'll try directives as soon as I polish it off. Because I do want to try the Memento. I think that might be a nice addition to this. Or Bloodsucker. You can do that too. Because it doesn't look like we need too much ammo. We just need to activate it, which is what I was looking to know. I like using attack 50 a lot, but you know, with it dropping ammo and you earning ammo, I think we're good. You know?
Incoming hostiles detected.
I mean, I like this version. It's simple. So I don't need to change it.
Heavy munitions.
You know what I mean? Like, it's nice to use a backpack other than the Memento. I like that. And there's value here. We get damage and we get ammo, so I like that. You know, so I'll keep the backpack, but we'll see what else we can do to the build. I also want to try different weapons. Well, I didn't take that body shot for some reason. It's not it.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Every now and again, it like doesn't quite get there. I wonder why. Most of these enemies, believe it or not, have the same amount of armor. Dude. Figure it out. Jesus.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
So it's really no different than playing with a Memento build where you go trophy to trophy. You're just kind of going special ammo to special ammo. See right there, 9. I mean, I could secure it by... Let me try the Araldi. Oh no, we already had that. So I was running Providence. You know what? Oh, I don't know if I can do this though. Ninja bike, no, because we'd lose a backpack. But the ninja bike could work with this. To run, backpack is signature weapon damage by 20%. That's a lot. That's a lot. We like that. I mean, we have enough ammo to handle those inconsistencies. I just don't know why. So it's 11.7 there, and then let's pick just a random elite. If I got one. It's the boss. So purples aren't a problem. This is the wrong gun, but let's try it. Yeah, we got him. Yeah. Switch over, actually. So that one didn't kill, and I know why, because we transferred weapons.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Jump.
Protection restored.
Get the fuck back! Factory's all messed up.
Really? The fuck? We're on your skull.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Why are you so alive? I mean, I know this is going to diminish damage on bosses, but damn, not that much.
Yeah! Deploying a grenade!
Okay, so we need a better mask. That should top it off.
Supply room access unlocked.
The Memento would actually replace that damage that we lost, but we just have to wait. So 20% increase signature weapon damage by 20% and doubles. So we signature weapon damage by 20%. So we'd get that back. We'd also get it for our main weapon. So it's not a bad idea to go to Memento to fill in that gap. But if we can just get a tip of spear mask, I mean, I can re-roll this. It's not a problem. I'm trying not to, actually. Because I use it on other builds, but what ends up happening is I forget, like, is that armor there? Or is that weapon damage there? But I'm just gonna change that to a red, and that should get our start consistency. PR Borekua, what up? At work, enjoying the stream. You guys and watching streams at work, man. I need your jobs.
Hostile control point.
Is that because you work from home, or do you get to watch streams at work? I mean, at the office. Because some offices are so strict about that stuff. Some even like block like YouTube and stuff like that, you like from being accessed from the server. The shield is pulse or explosive damage or specialization damage, any of the three. And so we did it with the explosive damage and we accomplished the daily goals, but I'm just trying to, now I'm trying to, ooh, look at that beautiful one. That's exactly what we needed. So now I can toss out those other junk ones. We're looking for god rolls like that. So I can toss you now. I can toss you now. It's beautiful. And then I'm trying to god roll that skill tier build that we made earlier, because the tip of spear one, the hybrid sniper, it's gonna be one of my favorite builds of the year, I think. What am I out of now? Electronics? Damn it. Spending SHD on electronics now. Too much time in the crafting. I got plenty on my other characters, so I'm not worried about it. So this is the weapon handling. Mask we changed, and then might as well re-roll this while I'm here. Skill tier. Oh, you work from home? Right on, Matt. What kind of work you do? Could just run that one too. Yeah, might as well, in case that's the difference making it. Might as well just roll that into. Plus I gotta delete something. Oh, brand marketing, yeah. Right on. My old gig, yep. It was in the beverage industry last. Adult beverages, mostly. So like wine and spirits, mostly wine, and then before that it was mostly spirits. So our partners was Beam Suntory, who's like, you know, they made Jim Beam, Salsa, tequila. Jim Beam is big. They're like the second largest alcohol supplier. In the world, that is. So, first or second, depending on the year. So, Pinnacle Vodka, Effin Vodka, a lot of brands you can imagine. But we mostly worked with the bourbons. And so, yeah, I would develop new products. So I was a product developer. I was a marketer. So I ended up working for a startup. And so basically I did it all. On the marketing side, you know how that is. And it's a startup. You're wearing all the hats. And so when I joined this startup, 12.4, nice. I was, there was just 3 of us. It was me, the CEO, and the VP of sales. And then I was in the marketing seat. Actually, we had an operations lady too. She was cool. And well, there we go, 10.8. Nice. So I think this is the build. We could turn on directives. Oh, then it goes to 9.5 all of a sudden. I don't know why it's doing that. Why is it jogging?
Heavy ammunition detected.
So let's try it again. And so, yeah, and so we ended up creating a technology product for spirit, for alcohol. It's based on automation. And all our clients, we went around and got like the biggest clients, like Virgin. We did really well. Oh, damn you.
Serious trauma detected.
So like Virgin, most of the like arenas, the concert company, what were they called? Live, what were they called? I can't remember the name. Something Live. It's like Live. Were they? You know what I'm talking about? They run like all the concert venues around the country. Live Nation. Live Nation. So yeah, Live Nation was one of our big clients. And then we had a lot of the sports arenas too. So like the Los Angeles, the Angels Stadium. Yeah, so the company started from just 3 of us and it grew to 70. And then, of course, we earned Beam as Suntory as a partner.
Reinforcements.
They didn't have any ownership or anything like that in the company. More of a marketing partnership.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
But that meant free booze for me. I'm not a big drinker, but I love bourbon. And, I mean, I was a big drinker in college, you know, liver aged a little bit, but, yeah, I love bourbon. So, and all the liquor was free. So, I mean, I could have top giant bottles of Salsa and Jim Beam of every flavor you can imagine. So cool. And then of course the wine, when I worked for the winery, which was after, we would get, God, I can't remember now, but several crates for free of wine, right? No cost. So, like a personal supply, basically.
Heavy ammunition.
So much wine. There we go. Oh, you did? Yeah. Yeah. We, the winery I worked for bought an Oregon winery. They bought 400 acres up here. And that's when I started. And so I kind of helped him manage the merger. And then rebranding and the product development. Lots of fun. Oregon wine, Pinots. There we go.
Heavy ammunition.
Well, look at them run. You seen that? Did you see that?
Hostile protection restored.
See how it hits at 9.36 It's like every other shot, it like drops a little bit. It's really weird. Okay, they really do nerf you with those shields, because I'm on the red guys. Did I nail her or not? I mean, you could do pretty well though. It's pretty consistent. Just every now and again, it'll drop just a few hundred below what you need it to be, or whatever, some small amount. And I don't know why. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with tip of spear. It has to do with their shields being so strong. Because it's coming after, like, so I'll get a tip of spear at like 14 million, and then I'll transfer over to the White Death, and then I'll hit at like 10.8 million or something like that, and then I'll shoot another elite, and then it drops below their kill value. And it's like, why did he drop? You know, maybe they just don't want us to chain kill on elites. So we'll try again here in the next wave. But it's working because we got so much special ammo. So you just rotate in that weapon and you're good to go. So I think we can go with all directives. That's basically what I'm building towards, because we want to go all directives with these builds and then not deal with the hassle. So we can pick on an elite. So there we go. So 24 million. Where's this guy that I hear mouth breathing his way up here? Okay. Shot him in the leg, arm or something. So 14.9. See, 11.2 non-crit, right? 11.2 non-crit. So let me find another elite if I can. There's one. See that? And then it dropped to 9.8. So there's no reason for that drop. So now let's get into double kill with our TAC 50 and get our damage like really high, and then see what happens. If it's gonna drop every third shot. Only on elites the problem is, okay? The problem's only on elites. Like on non-elites, it's not an issue. We got over damage. But we have so much special ammo, that's not gonna be the problem. But if we want to fix that, it might be the Memento that does it. But I like running this backpack right now. It's nice to have a good different look. Okay, so it's gonna get him for consistency. 54. Okay, it's about as high as it goes, right? $11.2, which is basically what we've been getting. So give me another elite. There they come. $10.0. Okay, it's gonna drop again, right? 9.3. 8.6. I mean, I expected to drop there because she's a red. So every kill, it's dwindling. On the elites is what I'm noticing. See that? There it goes. It went all the way down to 8.3. Weird. Weird. So they're preventing chain killing. I've never seen that before. Has anybody ever seen that before? I've never seen that before. I have honestly never seen that before in a game. I don't even know what kind of mechanic it is and how they're managing it. I don't. I've never seen that. Is it only applied to Headhunter? Because it doesn't make any sense. So it's, I mean, how are these enemies linked together, right? So if you get one elite kill, you got your damage. You get your second elite kill, you get a little less damage, and then you get your third elite kill and it's a little less damage? Like, what? How do you manage that? How are they, what kind of algorithm is that? You know what I mean? Like, what is that? I mean, we could pull some and make it easier too, right? I mean, we could put, as a matter of fact, we could put a tier 6 pulse on this bad boy. And we know that works. We can still one-shot kill if they don't have a shield. But I'm trying at first, what I'm trying to do is just try to like bypass it altogether. You know? Nice shot. Hey, what up, Sally? No, this is the same stream. Going 4 hours. I'll go 4 hours now, I think, unless you saw the one from earlier. Oh, you saw the that wasn't a stream, that was a premiere. Yeah. That was a premiere. Appreciate that though. Thank you. Yeah, that was a premiere. They sometimes people get confused. They do kind of, they can look like a live stream because of the chats, the same function. But that's why I do it, so that we can, you know, say what's up for the chat, or people can swing by, say hello. There we go.
Medical assistance needed.
This guy's fucking shock traps in my face. Come on, man, get out of that. He's purposely hiding behind that thing, you know?
Rogue agent eliminated. Supply room access unlocked.
Is that it? Everyone okay?
Hey, am I winning? I don't know. Winning or whining? Demon King. Both?
Thanks. You're a lifesaver. That's awesome.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Oh, look at you, John Deutsch. You did the Bighorn, Negotiators, and Glass Cannon. Good for you. And you're running it, did you say you're running that on Legendary, or? Probably not, huh? Because Legendary would be a pain in the ass. Legendary is a pain in the ass kind of for the Bighorn, I think. They get you to miss a lot of shots, and that can be annoying. So the problem with the jammer pulse is that range, you know, because you got the range with the sniper, but not with the pulse. And so, and it's short-lived and kind of a long duration, you know, really. But there is, we do know that like you can run 6 skill tiers on this build and be one-shotting these guys, even with a weaker sniper, as long as they don't have their shields up. So if we were to find a way to, well, see, the whole reason why we're running the TAC 50 is to break their shields. So I think we're pretty close to the right formula. I'm nowhere near running out. I mean, maybe in the extreme little fights, but I'll hold like this for a few minutes because it's, the ammo's holding up. I just need to make use of the TAC 50 more and we'll be okay. Because see, there's spare ammo on the floor. And if I make use of the TAC 50 more, then I'm just trying to think how that plays out with the other weapons. I mean, they definitely work. It's the elites that were... The non-elites aren't an issue, so it's only in the elite stage. So I could set us up, kill everybody that's not elite, and then rely on attack 50 for the elites more. Yeah, could be good. All right. Anna, you're funny. Come in here. Tux talking about live virgins. Better than dead ones. Sacrificing virgins on Tux's channel. Tune in.
Hostile protection removed.
Of course, of course.
Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile protection restored.
How come I didn't get my thingamabob? What talent do I have on right now?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Do I not have determined on?
Vital signs critical.
Damn, look at that. We got the whole fucking squad. Look, grenades.
Detected. Heavy munitions. Protected hostile restored.
Where did that? Really? This is a lot of ammo laying around, huh?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Yes, I think if we just move, we'll be good. You know, just kind of roam around a little bit. Oh, I got him up. As long as you're landing your kills, you know what I mean? I think that's what's key. I mean, too many misses would be... you don't got that much ammo? God, this guy's annoying. Come and tell him so I shoot you. So we'll be back at 6 rounds. We haven't even gotten to the fight yet. They all came out. Nice one. Right where I was gonna go.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
I have you covered.
Civilians in danger.
Nowhere to hide. Can't see shit from this place.
Reinforcements incoming. Detected. Heavy ammunition. Heavily armored hostile detected. Hostiles convoy. Detected.
Ah, I hit that fucking turret. Bad shot.
Competition.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Yeah, we got a lot of ammo. Because we got 6 in there and we're about to pick up 2 more. I was using it a lot.
Serious trauma detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
Just gotta make some more holes.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
What the fuck just happened there? Oh, I landed it and I switched. Double kill.
Detected.
That's why we did that. It was on purpose. Oh, really?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, I hit it. Oh, I got you. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I swear that was right on, man. That was right on. But it wasn't apparently, huh? Now she's gonna be in my pain. She timed me out.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Taking up the trash. I got you. Leave it alone. I can destroy it. Fuck you, true son. I can't wait to do this. I can take care of it. Ammo chain. Go for it.
Hostile.
Wow, the shields don't stay out very long. That'd be annoying with an assault rifle build. To constantly be pulsing them.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, I don't have a vid yet. We covered it in the beginning of the stream, but yeah, I'm gonna get it out as much as possible. As soon as possible, sorry. It's yeah, just deactivate it, turn on explosives. Yeah, I know that's not enough, but I'm gonna be doing builds for the streams. I mean, for the global event, for sure. And then in that, I'll recap the global event, how it works.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Damn it.
Protected hostile restored.
We just ran out of ammo for our first time. Oh, God. Yeah, explosive builds are the most popular to run for this, though. Lots of most people run, which we were running. We put together, I think 3, 4 of them before we switched.
Take some of this shit. I need a better spot. I'm out of bullets. I'll give you everything I can.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
So I got one more shot. So basically 3 chain kills on an elite set. Maybe. Let's see. Let's get one more. See if we can.
I think I can get around that cover. I've got you.
No, too solid unless you got a weaker elite.
They're moving around me.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Interesting how they did that.
I'm mobilizing target. Taking it out.
That's what sucks about these events. There's no bonus to you. That's the worst part about the event. There's no bonus. It's all debuff, basically. Buff them, debuff you. The only buff you have is on kill earning of your special ammo, you know? That's it. There's no really any other buff.
That's how it's done.
That's what's kind of lame about the event. That's why we like. That's why I like Reanimated the best, because I feel like it's the only one that doesn't debuff you. Where Golden Bullet does, even though it's a great buff, it's just that, and we like Golden Bullet. This is the reason why I say Reanimated is the best is because Golden Bullet, the enemy also gets Golden Bullet. So if you get hit with that, it hurts pretty bad. But I love Golden Bullet, and I love that it auto reloads, especially. That's my favorite part about it. What up, Prelude?
Civilians in distress.
Yeah, no, for cosmetics, you know, it's like there's no real reason to really grind for them. I mean, that's why they give you so much time, right? They're 2 weeks, isn't it? Yeah, basically 2 weeks to get all of that. And basically, you know, for most people, that's average gameplay. They just, you know, as long as you're logging in basically daily, couple hours, you should get there. I mean, not even. I think when we did the last apparel event, what did I do it in? I think I did in 8 hours total, you know? That was with directives though. Maybe less, I can't remember. 6, probably 6 to 8, be realistic. Some people get through the rewards track really fast, right? All directives with the 4-man squad, you can get through that pretty quick.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, I like today's map though. I do like that. We need to get over there in the Bellstone world too. Yeah, the Resident Evil. Yeah, so the outfit I'm wearing is one of the Resident Evil outfits. That's the Leon Kennedy stuff, and then of course you got the Nemesis mask. There is some Jill Valentine stuff in there, and then the other girl. I'm losing her name. Ashley, Jessica, Claire. I think it's weird when you put this jacket on a man. So it's got a hint of a bosom, right? And so like, so when you put it on a man, because it's a female coat, it's just like, that's all I see. It was like, that man is wearing a girl coat. Jump on Discord, man. It's a good place to meet peeps. It's good to have a couple of good farming friends, you know?
Detected heavy ammunition.
Trying to find people that play at your pace and difficulty levels. Pretty cool.
Serious trauma.
Oh, what? The
Agent killed.
Would he snipe me? We had that. Yeah, well, I've been playing since the beginning, basically, Dark. Trust me, there's people with probably most people that have been playing since the beginning on a regular basis. They're probably more like 15,000 watch, give or take. 12,000 at least, 13.
Detected heavy ammunition.
I think that like there should be a bigger pulse de-shielding process here. The event is like pretty tedious. That's the last thing we need is more immune enemies, right? This make the I got an idea. I mean, what what douche pitched this idea? You wonder, right? Hey, I got one. Let's make the invulnerable enemies more invulnerable. That's a great idea, John. What should we call the event? Hollywood. Perfect.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Don't you come over here, bro. No time for that nonsense.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You coming or not? If I can figure it out. Probably timed out, I'm sure by now. Nope.
Removed hostile protection. Heavy ammunition detected.
He threw his buddy in front of that bullet, basically. I don't know if you caught that.
Restored protection.
Yeah, we got a lot of ammo. You could. This works. This works. I can throw on directives next.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
There's more ammo that we can use. I mean, every now and again you could get low, but I think that if you do switch to your White Death and get your 2-3 kills out of that, it's just about right. Really? This guy is not gonna want to fucking die. There we go.
Heavy ammunition.
Oops. Fuck, they saw me now. Damn. As soon as that turret goes away, I mean that decoy went away. But the heat. Come on.
Medical assistance needed.
Fucking hell!
Heavy ammunition
What's up?
detected.
Those fuckers!
Of course that wasn't a head fucking shot.
I'll destroy it!
Fuck, you just got there and you're already leaving? Fuck. I mean, look at her. Going back to where she just came from.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Stop shooting me from way over there.
Removed. Heavy ammunition detected.
Oops.
Hostile protection restored.
That should have killed her. No way she would have lived through that.
access unlocked.
Thomas knows what's up. That's right, Claire Redfield. Do you guys like that animated version that they just recently came out? I think, was that Netflix or Amazon? I can't remember. I think it might have been Netflix. Yellow Beezy. Appreciate that sub at the Prime, man. Thank you. Thanks for your vote of confidence. All right, so we are gonna turn on directives as soon as we get all our gear. Let's see how this boat floats in that water. I think it should do all right, you know, because we're not really relying on our skills too much. The fixer we're using, of course, but it's got a long duration, so this should hold out. The special ammo shouldn't be affected. And we're not using a lot of our regular ammo, and we're playing from cover. So I think it'll hold. So let's see here. Let's change the global directives. So let's go fragile, fog of war, fragile, pistoler. I just got to remember to stay put. Stop moving, running around so much. So this is going to be on me. But I think the way I'm playing too, I could probably put back on the armor. You know, now that I understand that there's some weird negative factor on chain kill. I don't even know what to call it, but so basically when you get your chain kill buff and you get to your max cap on Headhunter, okay, so when you get to your max cap on the Headhunter, you still go up without the game mode. In regular gameplay, you still go up in damage every chain kill afterwards. As long as you're not switching weapons or doing anything weird, you're still always going up. They're just by really small numbers. It's like insignificant increases in damage is what it is. You know, maybe like 20,000, 100,000. There's very small number increases. And that's because your total damage is kicking in or whatever else you got going on your build. Small things. Crits aside, right? So, but with this global event, we're seeing the opposite effect. So instead of on chain kill small increases, we're seeing on chain kill significant decreases. And I think why, maybe this is what you were trying to say, Grumpy, earlier, but I think why is because the way that they're debuffing the way that you're debuffed isn't necessarily it's not that you're like, the shield is taking us, there must be a solid percentage of your damage off or something like that. So, and it must be applying, I'm not sure how it would apply to, if I'm trying to think this through. So let's just say you hit this enemy at 1,000,000 and you kill him, you know, then the next shot you hit is going to take that 1,000,000 and it's going to decrease it by the debuff. Let's just say the debuff is 20%. So now your kill shot is valued at 800,000. And then you kill the next enemy and you might kill him with 800,000, maybe. But it's going to debuff that kill shot by 20% again because he's got a shield. And then the next enemy you kill, you're probably not going to get because the debuff now brought you below the kill threshold. And so that's why I think it's happening. It's devaluing the shot by a percentage on every hit, basically. So the first one you get your kill, the second one you get the kill, but then it devalued the shot by 20%. The third one's get devalued again. This was weird. It's weird how it devalues, though. I gotta say, it's still kind of confusing in my head because it's like it's like, are you devaluing my shot up front before I even hit it, or after I hit it? Because after I hit it, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because it should be devalued up front because the shield is up. And if it's devalued up front, then when I see, yeah, that's what's confusing. Because then when it's devalued up front, if it's devalued up front, which is, I think it is, then when you hit him at 1,000,000, let's just say, I'm seeing 1,000,000 damage numbers show up, you know? And so I see a million, literally a red number that says a million. Really, it's like 20 million or whatever, right? But it says a million. So I see the number. So I'm expecting a million on the next one minus 20%, but that's not what's happening. It's more like a million less 20% from its debuff. Now you hit it and then it's going to minus the 20% after that. It's weird the way it's applying. It feels like it's behind one hit, but see if you can track it.
Hostile control point identified.
But I get the logic on why it's now I understand that why it's each shot is degrading in value. But what's confusing is how they're doing it, and I guess I don't really need to know, but it's just sort of like it doesn't look right because I'm seeing a full damage number almost. Watch, you'll see this on kill shot, all right? So watch the on kill shot. No, we're not gonna have any ammo. Maybe I should get some first, but yeah, let's go get some ammo first.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Probably shouldn't have loaded that, but whatever. Oh, surprise, another fucking heavy gunner. He's...
Heavy ammunition detected.
So 14.9 on that, right? 14.9. Shit. Of course, it's a whole fucking group of them. 23. 44.
Reinforcements incoming.
So I'm transferring weapons, so the numbers are going to get smaller because I got a lower base damage. So that logic makes sense. It's always like that. So, but watch the elite. Give me this elite. So, not enough, apparently. I don't know why, but it doesn't make any sense. Hold on a second. We'll get rushed. That didn't make sense that we didn't kill him. I think it's...
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Okay, switching.
There's more of them.
Come up for air, bro. It's 11.2. So it's easier to detect on multiple elites, so we might have to get to that stage. And we can't take him out. That's just weird, right? It already degraded.
Not so smart now.
14.9. This will be an easy kill here, but there's one in the back. Oh, really? 11.2. Might be recalculating the damage on every hit too.
Reinforcements.
9.8. So then, okay, so the next shot is gonna go down. Okay, so that was 9.8, and so which is fine. 9.8, right? That was 9.8. So what's this next hit gonna be at? So we're leaving with that 9.8. We're leaving that guy at that 9.8. So let me get an elite here. And then we're hitting at 8.9 on hit. So okay, that kind of makes sense there. Okay, so we got the debuff on hit. We left at 9.9, and then that hit diminished our damage. So let's try again. So 12.2. We need a fresh guys this time. 12.2, fresh elite, fresh elite. So what's this gonna come down by? 10.8. Okay, so let me see this. I can do the math here real quick. So if I die, oh well. So 12,200,000 minus 10,800,000. Is that what it was? Is that what the numbers were? Let me write it down so I don't forget as I'm talking, thinking about things. So it was 12.2 minus 10.8. So that's should be, hold on, so 12.2. So 1.4 million. And so if we divide that by the original number, which is 12.2, that gives us a 12%, almost a 12% drop. 11.4 in damage. So that's probably the debuff right there, besides the shield itself.
Heavy ammunition detected.
So every shot is 12%. They're gonna take 12% away from every shot. Doesn't matter. I'm guessing, unless it scales differently per shot, which it shouldn't, because that's the part I was going, how is that happening? How are they tracking? How are these enemies connected where it scales differently per shot? They wouldn't be tracking it on the enemy. They would be tracking it on you. You know what I mean? So it'd be like, they'd be tracking, okay, your first shot is debuffed by this. Your second shot is debuffed by that, regardless of the enemy. So there's got to be a fixed number. Otherwise it'd be annoying. And then like that. So basically by your second shot, you're nerfed by 24%. And that's why we're dropping damage. Eventually, it doesn't matter. You're always going to be nerfed by 12%. So one way to look at, I was thinking about this, is, and so this is why I was saying we could probably put back our armor. Because you could just say, oh, well, why don't you just power up by 24%, right? Well, and eventually you're going to get below your threshold because every hit is negative 12% or more. So that's just what I'm calculating right here in this short testing scenario. But you'd eventually drop, you'd eventually lose your chain killer threshold. And so the way to do it is the way to counter it is just to bounce back to your attack 50 every now and again. And then get your kill basically without the shield, and you get the full value without the debuff. Then switch back over, and boom, until you dwindle out, and then pull back your attack 50, which is going to one-shot kill anyways, so no harm, no foul, as long as you got the ammo, which we will. So this build works with all directives. Now, you know, it was just a matter of understanding how the debuff worked. And what that means for me is that I could probably go ahead and add back on the armor. That's what we're learning here. That's the only point of understanding it. It's like, oh, this is going to debuff me anyway. So I powered up to get a more effective chain kill, but I didn't need to. Because they're just going to, no matter what, I'm not going to be able to get a full chain kill effect unless they're a non-elite. And then we could probably get all the way to, you know what I mean? We have so much damage that the non-elites will be fine. We last a long time against them before we get to a number we can't support.
Heavy ammunition detected.
So there's 9.8 right there. So the next one will be a non-kill shot unless it's a non-elite, which we could take. And then that's probably the end of it unless we get this headshot. Yeah. So I think I lost it because I don't think I had determined on right there. Either way, we were closer. Oh my god, see that grenade? Looked like it landed right on my lap. Oh, damn it. I missed it. God.
What are you, crazy? Just gotta make some more.
Oh, so you stopped that cartwheel? She's gonna cartwheel and she stopped it mid defy physics. Jesus. Oh, don't go down there. I get stuck down here sometimes. Yeah, so I mean that further makes the event, I gotta say, a little bit more pain in the ass, right? So to know that it's like
Agents back in fighting shape.
there's little you can do to circumvent the event, which I guess is what they want. This lady, I swear, she's like the worst one on the planet.
Heavy ammunition detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
One of ours is dead.
It's that grenade toss. That's a bad one. She almost had us. I mean, it's like they know where you're gonna be.
Got you now.
Heavy ammunition detected.
See, she was de-shielded. And so, yeah, and so it was a no problem kill.
Every last one.
And so I wish the jammer pulse was wider, because that would be a good one to go. I mean, I guess we could try running and gunning sniper style, or actually we could probably switch this out, now that I think about it, to the 1886. The problem is, you know, the reality of the situation, which is like, okay, so you're playing, and like, okay, so guys come out this door, and then you're like, pulse, and you go wham, 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 and they're dead, right? And you're like, now your pulse is on cooldown. Now that door opens, and they're shielded, you know? And you're like, oh shit, gotta run. So what ends up happening with the jammer pulse is that you can kill so fast, you put it on cooldown, and you strike the next spawn, right? So you turn on the next spawn because you killed so fast, which is good. We like that. But in turn, you're now on cooldown because your skills are what they are. And I don't know if you've ever tried to get like low cooldowns on your pulse, but only gets so far. What is it, like basically 12-15 seconds with like skill haste everywhere, you know? Hey, Skeleton, are you a new sniper to the game, or you've been sniping into, well, probably new, but if you haven't found one yet, because we just came up with one. I think it was last 2 days we were streaming it. I'm putting out like the ultimate newbie sniper stream. It's got 105. I mean, ultimate newbie sniper build. It's got 105% weapon handling on it and almost 200% stability and a one-shot chain kills. And it's ridiculous. Ridiculously good, and it looks crazy. And it's actually going to be easy to build if you got your usual DPS pieces. The one thing you would need is a ninja bike backpack to get it to work. I mean, you don't have to have the ninja, but that was the best version, was with the ninja bike backpack. And then most everything else is like you would need an overlord chest piece with headhunter, and then everything else should be pretty easy to farm. Oops, I thought I got everybody. But I'm gonna put out the build as soon as possible because I think, you know, again, I'm trying to make like I'm really trying to encourage the community to play headshot builds because I think they're really good. And not necessarily full time, but at least as like part of your arsenal. Be like, hey, look, if you don't like sniping, here's a good build for snipers. Or if you're new to sniping, use this one to train yourself, you know. But a Mantis build, we always recommend for new people anyways. Because Mantis is really easy to handle. It's fast. You can play close quarters. You can play far away. It highlights weak points and it has unlimited decoys. And the single one thing to make your sniping better is decoys, because it changes the NPC's behavior, and it's the only thing I've ever seen do that in a positive way, right? And so, like, stinger hives change NPC's behavior. It makes them run away. And so, if you want your enemies to run away, use the stinger, right? And so that's why it's actually a stinger is a defensive skill, and a lot of people use it offensively, which is fine, but as a sniper or as a mortar turret guy, I really wouldn't want to run a stinger, you know, because it gets them to act in erratic behaviors, and they spread out, right? They scatter like roaches. So you don't really want that. You want something that holds them down and keeps them still, like a chem launcher. And so think about that when you're pairing up with your guys. Like if you know you got an artillery guy, run riot foam, don't run the stinger, that kind of thing. Or fire, where they're diving out of it all the time, and then he's missing his artillery shots because of it, and then your sniper's missing his sniping shots because their hands are over their head and they're doing crazy things. So the decoy is the only thing that I've seen to positively influence the enemies to make them easier to kill. They not only pop out of cover, but they stay out of cover to shoot your decoy, and you're just picking them all off, and they don't even notice that their people's heads are missing. And then they'll even start walking towards your decoy. But the key part is they're walking in straight lines, and they're not doing the stupid acrobats and cartwheels and stopping midair and reversing their cartwheel. They're not doing that crazy shit. Right, and the next closest thing is the riot foam, because you obviously hold them still. And then the next closest thing is the traps, but they avoid the traps a lot. I mean, you basically got to throw it right in their path, so they have no option. But and then the turrets give positive influence too, because it's sort of the same thing in the drone. So I got to say, give credit to those. They make you invisible, and they also get their attention. But they don't necessarily pull them out of cover and get them to walk in straight lines. It's actually the opposite. They'll start walking in weird patterns, trying to shoot your drone. They also point their weapon in the sky towards your drone, which makes them a harder headshot target. Or they're running away, trying to block the bullets from the drone with their hands. So they're wailing their hands around, or whatever. So anyways, any sniper build should have the decoy, you know? Or some sort of decoy. I use the turret and the drone as an advanced decoy, but you got to play into that a little bit differently. But the decoy for a beginner will change the way you think about sniping for sure. Without your decoy, holy shit. Sometimes I don't even shoot until my decoy comes back out of cooldown because they're all being annoying. So I'll throw out my decoy, I'll kill like 10 dudes or whatever real quick. And then my decoy will expire, and then they all start doing cartwheels. And then, you know, a monkey comes out, starts juggling bowling pins. And then the decoy comes back, I throw it out, and everybody they take off their clown hats and they all act normal again. And, you know, So it's just like sometimes it's not even worth fighting without your decoy. It's just not because they're shooting at you or anything like that, but because it's just the ridiculous actions, you know? Anyways, so the mantis for sniping. Otherwise, I got the ultimate one coming your way. Hang on for that. Try to get it out as much as possible. It's gonna be a busy week. I'm gonna try to get as many of these builds off my character as possible so I can start moving my gear back to my other ones. Yeah, the AI, right, Smitty? The AI behavior is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's cool. I'm actually gonna take a break because I'm gonna try to pump out some more videos for this week. So I'm good. I might squeeze in a late night stream. Fingers crossed. We'll see. But that was all right. You know. If I had to choose from all of the builds, it would either be the TAC 51, which is pretty laid back, and it allows me to go skill tiers, but the event's kind of annoying. So otherwise, the most fun one, which I'm not sure I have it saved right now, was the Memento one. Is that it? That's not it. Yeah, no, I didn't save it. So you'd have to scroll back. It's similar to that, and then that's the ninja bike one. So we created like 4 explosion builds, I think, maybe 5. So we got the ninja bike one, the Memento run and gun one, which is my favorite. Then the really hard hitting artillery turret one. And we did the Memento. We technically had 2 Memento ones. We also had the one with the TDI card, which was also pretty fun to run, I gotta say. And then we made the tip of spear one, which, you know, it was all right. But if you try to go too much into your, I don't know. No, I don't really like the tip of spear grenade launcher one, I gotta say. It's just kind of a dud. You can for a couple of control points, and then you're sort of like, I'm losing explosive damage so that I can have this thing, and then it takes 3 shots out of it to kill anything. So I run out of ammo, and you just can't keep up with the grenade launcher. It's too weak compared to your skill damage and stuff. So that one's probably not my favorite, but I would have to say I would rank it the Memento run and gun one, the ninja bike, and then the tip of spear one in that order. And then I'd put the artillery one last for me, just because, you know, I'm just not a big artillery fan guy myself, but they're very strong and people love them. So all right, everybody, I'll catch you a little bit later. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hope you guys made some progress to your drops over on Twitch, and I will catch you in a bit. Later.
Tuxedo out.
Notorious.
Raw flows, and that's how it goes.